Senhores, boa tarde. Solicitamos a gentileza dos nossos convidados para que ocupem os seus lugares. Nós vamos retornar em alguns instantes com a nossa programação. Teremos, na sequência, mais um importante painel deste que é o Fórum Anual 2023, Aliança dos Bancos de Desenvolvimento Subnacionais na América Latina e no Caribe. Senhoras e senhores, bem-vindos de volta. Esta é a segunda sessão temática que terá como foco o financiamento misto, Blended Finance, para impacto territorial, bancos subnacionais de desenvolvimento e a mobilização do setor privado.
Well, as said, we will start the panel for mixed financing for the territorial impact. And for this panel, we will welcome and with us our moderator, Carlos de Freitas. He is the Executive Director of the International Fund for the Development of Cities, and Norma Daniela Huermone from the Unity for Strategies and Planning for the National Bank and Public Services from Mexico.
Applauses. With us today, Sávio Caçador, Director of Finance and Management, and applauses for him as well. I invite Luis de Andrade on agencies from the Bank of Nordeste, the northeast of Brazil. We invite Mr. Rafael Martins, Subsecretary on Sustainable Growth from Goiás government. Excuse me, I'm not really used to have someone hosting me, so our forum is live. We will do it the best way possible. I apologize for the absence of Mr. Sergio Guzmão. He's really sick, so he's not able to be part of this forum today. And Paulo is here, and he's going to mention something about it. This session is extremely important. In the morning, you heard the public sector, the difficulties that they have in articulate what they need with the central governments, the politics on regulation, to the banks, and how can we deal with that to work on the strategic plan on the country. Part of it comes from the fact that the public sector has, and this is like a testimonial on the movements, and it depends on the crisis, the economic ones that we have, climate changes. Part of it has to do with the functioning of the system and the finance one, and this is sustained by the public sector. And with this set of options, we can have more innovations, and we can open the spectrum about what we can use as a dynamic. There is a complex relationship between them, because mixing it all, blended finance for territorial impact, to blend the resource from the private and the public. The objectives are different. The private movements, and to offer some support as a commitment, the social part of it on the private sector, and what comes from the private to the public, because the market is created according to the movements from the public sector. The objectives are to include, to integrate in the processes, and the objectives being always different.
E essa coabitação fica bem difícil. Vamos explorar aqui com vários casos.
If you are hearing me, please let us know. Is there anyone hearing us? Is there anyone hearing the English interpretation? If you are, please raise your hand.
Muito obrigado por ter juntado-se aqui nessa sessão.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for hearing us in the second part of this session. In case you were hearing us in English language in the booth interpretation, can you please raise your hand?
Buen día. Voy a hablar en español, entonces me disculpo que soy la única que no va a hablar portugués hoy. Bueno, yo pertenezco a Banobras, que es el mayor banco de desarrollo en México, y nos dedicamos a tres cosas muy puntuales. Una que es el financiamiento de estados y municipios. Estados son como gobiernos subnacionales, municipios localidades, como ustedes les dicen. También nosotros financiamos proyectos de infraestructura directamente, y también nosotros manejamos un fondo llamado Fondo Nacional de la Infraestructura, que es de la Secretaría de Hacienda, pero nosotros somos su operador. Entonces, ahora ya dando como que este contexto para entrar sobre todo a la pregunta y comentar a detalle, en términos de financiamiento mixto o blended finance, como se le conoce, creo que un caso muy exitoso de
So a very successful case that I would like to mention to you is regarding the Global Bank. I believe that back in 2008, we started working as to create a massive transportation service. Back in our country, we had an issue for those who are classified in a population higher than the minimum quantity that we were expecting, and we were looking forward having support that can be recovered or not, and that are less expensive and with distinct conditions. One of them is the private participation, and also the national governments, they need to add part of our budget to part of this project. Having said that, this was a program, very successful one due to the territory impact. So in this case, I could say that after 10, 15 years after creating this program, we have already 22 cities in terms of mobility, and they have their own organization when it comes to transportation. And it has been extremely positive for us. And we have been working with the Global Bank in smaller cities, around 250,000 inhabitants. And I could create some initiatives and talk about it so we could have this type of change or transition when it comes to transportation, but mainly in a more sustainable one. Your presentation, if you want to use the slides so you can go deeper regarding the content of the instrument and how it we still have time. You will have 10 minutes. Let's go deeper so that people can understand what it means in the end of the day. So these are the numbers of the bank, and we are in the third place when it comes to development market. These are our portfolio, and the most important for us right now is that we finance states and municipalities, and the private participation will assist us on bids. When we have a new authorization, we can support both the local government and also finance. We also provide the support for projects that can serve as an example. For example, in Guadalajara location, some of our colleagues, they were interested in participating in some successful projects. It is a mobility integrated, centered in the payments, buses, trains, and we can have only one concentration of a type of transport. But in Guadalajara location, it is one of the best examples I could offer today. For a water operation project as well. In this project, in this funding that I was mentioning to you, we were receiving the Funding, I could explain a little better to you if you will, but mainly in Guadalajara, it is still the best example so far. And this is the bank that we consider for the finance ministry, Fonadim. It is one of the recovered ones. It is in its majority for fertility studies, and with that it is possible to perform the project, and we can take advantage of some products that we can manage, have some, you know, some grants that we can deal with that among our colleagues, and we can generate this type of private project. And Fonadim got started 5,000 kilometers of road, and this is how we manage Fonadim, and it allows us to deal with these products and services. We have 3 different programs, and these are one of the most successful ones in our locations. We have one called Promagua, and this is one of the objectives that we are trying to fulfill. And regarding transportation and the necessary objectives on private participation. And someone from Argentina in the morning was mentioning something about it. How can we deal with a public bid if the government has its own mandates? For example, in the case of Mexico, it lasts 3 years. We have another platform. It has not much to do with blended finance, but we can take into account private participations. We still operate with them. It's like a catalog with all the projects that exist in all the infrastructure sector back in Mexico, and with those which we can work with, mainly with foreigners when they wanted to invest in Mexico. I usually show them this page. It's called Proyectos Mexico, and then they can see the finance part, the bids, and it is well organized. It's like a supplementary set of information so that we can organize better. And with this information, I conclude my speech. Do you have any final considerations, final remarks to mention? Having said all of that, I believe that with the blended finance, we can generate this type of projects that are sustainable. As we have been talking a lot about it, on the resilience that the cities need to have and deal with upon some difficulties, private participation, private actions with these projects that are connected to the public sector, mainly in transportation. As I was telling you, we will keep on working, and we believe that this type of agreement is essential so that we can keep on having some cooperations from the banks. We have the same problems, usually very common. It can be shared, you know, as we said before, and it can add a lot of value to the country in general. Thank you so much, Norma. Let's move. Let me see. Let's move on to Bandes. Savio Bertocchi. Is it Italian? Bertocchi, Cansador, Italian. He's administrative manager on Bandes in Espírito Santo State, back in Brazil. Actually, Bandes is a mix between the source of the course and also the instrument itself. We can consider how broad it is on the private finance by fostering the experience, expertise from the private to the development plan in a long-term benefit. I know that Espírito Santo is going to teach us a lot. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Carlos, my dear colleagues. Good afternoon, all of you who are watching us. Carlos gave us 10 minutes so we can, talk. Let me tell you a bit about Espírito Santo. We have 4 million inhabitants and we have a GDP, I would say 190 billion in Brazilian currency. We have a strong business in terms of commodities, oil, coffee, and we are one of the greatest exports in Brazil in this list of products. And for some years we have been having a improvement on the public policies throughout different governments with transparency, reliability. There's a lot to do still. Development never stops. Infrastructure, we need to speed up the transition. Climate, especially on green economy. Then we have ability to manage well the secretaries, but they do have a lack of ability, mainly in the countryside, when it comes to elaborating new projects, not only looking for assisting the city in a medium long-term benefit. Then this program called ES Intelligent, PPPS, it assists the state in having a better management and participate on the process of development, because the public sector itself will not handle all of it. The development is, a big challenge. We cannot do that by ourselves. We need to deal with the, demands, and in here we are going to focus on ES Intelligent on municipalities of Espírito Santo State. It has been almost 2 years ago that we have established a cooperation with the Institute of Minas Gerais State. They have a team of experts on modeling partnerships which are public and private. And this structure is relatively small, and it is due to the internal subject, and they can assist us on this PPPs. So this is a comparison between the PPPs legislation and also the federal one. These are the advantages that It's like more economy for the private sector. And it will offer a benefit when it comes to efficiency and the maintenance for, offering good services. These are the types of projects that can be supported by the ES Intelligent. It is more about smart cities and offering more efficiency, operation, maintenance of the park, public lighting, implementation and operation to, provide services to public buildings, infrastructure on telecommunications, and added technological solutions that would be public Wi-Fi, parks, blocks to assist population in general to have more access. We are 24 municipalities, and the state has 78 municipalities. This is compounded of approximately 1 million people. In a couple of years, I believe this is a very interesting result. And in 2 years, we got to know the scenario. We have a knowledge work from the city mayor to provide us assistance after having, made such an effort. And all of these people, they need to approve this public bid. This is not very simple. In Brazil, we have advanced in terms of PPP, but there's a certain prejudice when it comes to that. And more recently, 2 months ago, we signed a protocol of intentions with the Bandas and the Brazilian Investment Bank when it comes to the area that we could assist with cities and municipalities. And we found a way to gather knowledge and to provide services for the PPPs and municipalities that usually we don't have it in our radar. This is right the opposite. We want to work where the National Brazilian Investment Bank cannot work on. We want to work on the gap. I apologize for the writing in here. It's not about public merits. It is about school management and hospitals. We have been working with BNDES, this partnership, in order to improve our strength when it comes to providing positions to Espírito Santo State. These are ways we have as to offer to this audience today that the private sector can be considered as a partner but not a competition. We have expertise, we have interest, and once regulation is established, the chances are that the services are going to be excellent. And we are now increasing benefits and optimizing costs and benefits. This is my contribution. Thank you so much. These public-private partnerships, they are of such an exact interest, but the public sector needs to have the ability to, deal with the bids, because sometimes it is a challenge for the public sector. In this new generation of PPSs, the actors need to be just near, the locations, the municipalities, so we can maintain the human resources on the private sector, because when they are, accounting on the minimum capacity, they they run away from the private sector because the wage is higher, is way better. It's more of a coordination rather than anything else. We have an important role in all of that. Because there are, some shortcuts, hardships that we cannot, just leave them behind. Some managers, they don't have experience with bids, and all of that is included in the package. We can develop them as much as we can. Thank you. Now, the next one to speak will be Luisabel Morim de Andrade. He is, let me see, does it work? Perfect. I apologize. He's responsible for the agencies at Banco do Nordeste, the Northeast Bank of Brazil. Does it work? Good afternoon. I appreciate the invitation to participate here today. We have our own experience in the sector. My colleagues here with me in the same panel, those who are just arriving. So Banco do Nordeste is an institution that is on the market for 71 years now. And we have a broader area, and we account on 2,000 municipalities, as well as some in the north part of Minas Gerais state. When it comes to infrastructure, microcredit, and retail market, nowadays we don't finance directly states and municipalities. What we actually have nowadays is an agreement. When it comes to the treasure, let's say, we aimed at having $300,000 financed so we could distribute to the states, and we would start assisting the states. But on this concept, I would like to talk about Fundesi and FRD. These programs, they were created back in 1987 and 1971, and they developed technology, innovation. This year, for example, we have around 20 million Brazilian reais to foster research, to promote renewable energy, and this has everything to do with the publishings from this year. We have more than 300 projects right now, and it goes way back to this concept so that this institution can actually work.
So we have some projects that we were hesitant for those. They were accelerators, and some cases related to the pandemics of COVID. And what I want to tackle on is the concept of blended finance. The concept don't happen by themselves. We need the public and private funding. We need a grant in order to help. I was talking to Daniela, and the concept of blended finance is being well understood there, and they know exactly what needs to be done. What we do is we actually leverage the funds or capital. We also have the funds, a constitutional fund that is used for that purpose. And we need to put it into a package and sell it as blended finance so people can work even more. And then we have the mixed financing. We do have the PPPs, which are professional profile for social security and security purposes. That's a professional profile for welfare. We have sanitation, we have sewage embedded on it, and also we have the concessions in Alagoas. As well mentioned, the BNDES has a very interesting wallet to be executed, but we cannot stop once we need a framework or a structure, and municipalities understand about it. They know that there is a lack of technical competences, as well said, and also a lack of finance to structure the project. I'm not talking about the execution of the project. I cannot envision some sectors. Therefore, sanitation is one of the sectors. We were talking with Manuela from the World Bank, but I'm talking about the first stage of sanitation. That's water and sewage. But then we have the solid residues, drainage, that is difficult to actually make happen without funding, without non-reimbursed resource being applied. We need that for the execution of this project. So what I take home and what is clear to me, mainly about the Northeast and the areas such as Caatinga and other areas from the north, there is a prototype for the export of parts of the wood, and there is a specific part that is necessary, and it's called the chip of wood. And the revitalization of rivers, WRM have already mentioned about revitalization and recovery of some rivers. They did the acceleration, but they need to structure the project. But they need to execute that. And as BNDES has done, some other banks can also work on that. But the alliance, this network for alliance, can contribute a lot so that new projects arrive. And then we can actually understand the financial feasibility. Mainly, we at the northeast of Brazil are very interested in having these projects happening. Of course, the ideal would be the treatment of the residue. And we have to give dignity to the residue pickers, and the water reuse. It's a little bit out of sanitation, but the reuse of water is something that is very shy right now, very timid, but we have to foster that because we lack clean water in some places. And we have to take good care of this noble resource we have. Also, the social environmental responsibility that we have, we think about it. The measurement of environmental risks. It's in our legislation. We are moving forward on this topic so that we can finance more and more. We can give more support, but in a sustainable way. So it's not loaning or granting for granting, you know. We need to have stability. We need to think on the long term. We need to catalyze. And this is the contributions I had. With regards to the public and private sectors and the quality of this relationship, the dialogue quality is very important. Once blended finance hasn't had a lot of success up to this time. Also, we have understood once there are some banks with unilateral actions, and also we have to understand engineering to make sure that engineering and projects will be able to advance. And this is also a topic for the partners of the Alliance when we talk about the transfer of knowledge on regional levels and international levels of blended finance with the quality of projects from on the size of the subnational banks, national banks with a capillarity that is a very particular one. How will this reach the specificity of the banks, and how will that innovate during the processes? So Javier Martins, Secretary of Innovation and Sustainability of the Government of Goiás. What is this relationship actually right now, and what is the quality, and how did you receive or accepted this new moment with them? Good afternoon, Carlos. Good afternoon to the members of the table, Daniela and Luis. I'm here substituting Sergio, as Carlos mentioned. He had a health problem and unfortunately couldn't be here. And he's in this world of funding and investment for development, and I will try to promptly speak to you. And as Savio said, I will talk about Goiás. And for our friends who do not live in Brazil, Goiás is a 7 million inhabitants state, a little bigger than Espírito do Santos, with a production that is very focused in raw material and commodities, mainly agriculture, but it's a state that already has some industry, in not only agro-industry, pharmaceutical industry, and automotive industries. It is a state that is almost like a bridge from the agrarian sector to the state of Minas Gerais, and it has grown 6 to 7% per year. So the question of Carlos of how can the private sector be involved in the projects for development, for sustainable development, this is huge, and that would be a great ally to us. As Carlos said, I'm the subsecretary of Sustainable Development. He has taken the position a month ago, so we have to plan for next year. And one of the objectives we have is exactly to think towards sustainable development and how can we think, for instance, a state strategy for green economy in our state. How can in our Secretariatship of Science and Technology, think about several concrete proposals that we may use to provoke the government of the state, and then we will be able to implement them ourselves. But as from the sector of science and technology, our reach is a limited one. But simultaneously, we can be the agent that provokes. And as the system is very transversal to the government, probably we are able to have ideas and then draw initiatives so we can foster other areas of the government to do so. And when tackling financing for the private sector and blended finance, we have a challenge here. And I do believe it's a perspective that we have if we compare ourselves to development banks on how to plan such a project. And thinking towards our side in the secretariatship as a public agent, I myself am working and starting this new journey. You already have an expertise, but we are gaining that. And as executives in the secretariatship of the government, it's very important for us to get knowledge, to learn on how to draw a blended finance proposal that can be actually embraced by the government. And I am here to expose a challenge on actually how you can help our side to move forward. So it's an ideation action to draw the proposal. It's also an engineering challenge. As I said, certainly I believe that these kind of projects and a secretariatship such as ours will not be actually touched by us. We would have agricultural sectors involved and the treasury as well. And it's a challenge that needs articulation. We have Goiás Fomento as a partner. They are not a development bank. And it's important to understand what are the specialties and possibilities and also our limitations or pains. And we have to think of instruments that can act in sustainable development. As our friend from the Northeast Bank, Banco do Nordeste, the biome Caatinga in Goiás, mainly for our friends that came from abroad, Goiás has the biome of another region that is different of the, that is the Cerrado. It's not known as the Amazon biome. It's known as the Son, as the Cerrado biome. And it needs sustainable investments. And the state of Goiás, due to its economy and agribusiness, which are relevant in that area, they have to show a private sector that is a modern one, that can join the best practices of management and the market. So blended finance would be very good for us. Therefore, this is the challenge we have. And for what I know, there are no such initiatives from the government. These cross-learning opportunities are very important with so many people that are from the development sectors and also from the government, federal government present here as well, so we can forecast as a whole the help and support to the governments. And certainly this is a talk I will want to have with you so that we can think on how to plan together. Thank you. Perfect. I will actually ask to have a question or a comment from the audience, a very quick one. So this relationship that you were hearing, the public sector is on this side, the customer or client. How do you see and how do you feel this and how do you work with this situation? How have you done or built this relationship? And I understand that the projects are very rich. And how can we promote this opportunity? And how does this make a difference in the dialogue? What is the advantage we get? Well, something I forgot to mention is that we, and I do believe that we have a benefit, an added benefit, because besides using this fund, which is the Treasury Fund, and it's important to have this institutional, federal, state, and local support, there are some maneuvers to be done, and also it needs to represent around the globe by their offices. So there is a relationship with the Finance Secretariat because they put the credits there, and if it happened, there would be major changes. And this recently has had relation with other secretariatships besides the Finance Secretariat, that is in charge of the territory. And we work together with women departments and local states to understand the reality of the states, municipalities, because they also are a reality of the secretariat that know what projects can be generated locally. And on the side of the finances, what they want is to optimize the resources. And several times they don't pay attention to the projects that some other secretariat would like to take care of. So it's important, and we understood it very well. We are talking about maneuvers, and we have worked with all the agents that allow that we, by means of funding or financing of this scholarships or grants or that we give, we have to understand what are the projects they want to generate. And we have already a financing solution, a more customized one. And this is something that could be done in a more intensive way so that this kind of project would generate more credibility. And in terms of this technical support, I do believe that the Secretariat understands we have constraints in terms of human and material resources, and together with the platform for projects in Mexico, this is another challenge we have because our products we have in this platform are on the federal level. And I do believe that it would also be important to have visibility for the projects on local levels. Thank you. Do you have a mic? Yes.
Bom, vou começar respondendo o colega.
I will start answering my friend here with regards to how to start things in the vision of the Secretariat. First of all, we have to be alive to it and open for that. But I think that only the people from the public sector, it wouldn't be enough. We need a specialist, a licensed person to work towards the environment. We have to have a team to do the follow-up, but I cannot see this without a private entity for the consultancy and so far. And people that would need to work on that, as in some cases. But the framework or structure, what is best is to anchor in one of these banks. A development bank would be ideal. What I've heard from the experience I had is that the direct relationship of the City Hall with this consultancy, that could generate some insecurities, but you always request a development bank to give that safety that is necessary for both parts. So Carlos, as a private sector, what I understand is that both public and private, we who are banks, we are advancing very well. 15 years ago, PPP, which is the professional profile for welfare, it actually would serve all the doors, all the possibilities. But you have to understand that there's a moment that they say, well, I'm not going to spend anything, and this is the revenue, and things are solved. So this is the demonstration, you know, when we do a rescue there. I believe that a friend from BNDES, Eduardo, was here. He spoke to us yesterday and said that slowly, of course, there is a gradual growth, but the perception on the city halls and the teams with regards to the opening for these new types of financial engineering that can be performed is being understood and acknowledged. And the public, the audience who's here, are the catalyzer. They can actually help, and that's the way I see it. Well, I will try to add, but together with the debate, I would say that Brazil, mainly Brazil, states, the union, municipalities, and so far, we will be able, once the private parts are more interested and closer to issues related to developments, not only on PPPs, but when we have an institutional environment that is a more stable one, when we have regulations that are clear and transparent for all, the judicial safety, so that we understand that what was agreed is kept until the end. I would say that there is, by part of the private sector, some level of non-reliance. And when we think about the coordination of all these relationships, when we have to look from the top towards the forest, and then we have to induce development to happen with the participation of the private sector, I would say that that's very important. That's why in the state of Espírito Santo, we could advance well in this field. It's been 20 years with good government in the state, transparency increased, the environment, the social environment improved as well, but safety is there, and we have to have investments for the state, and we want that to spread to other states and regions around Brazil. And we are available to help you to exchange ideas, to share our expertise to other states. We are always with our doors open to all states. Well, thank you so much. And now I will open to the audience. If you want to add, we have 5 minutes for Q&As. If we can have an interaction, that would be great. There is a person there. Hi. Thank you so much for all the collaborations. I have one question, because we are talking about mobilizing the private sector for the social and infrastructure projects, and I would love to know, with regards to the initiatives that were implemented, to identify from one side the risks of climate opportunities in your area, and how to integrate those opportunities with the private sector as an opportunity to generate business, but also to mitigate the financial risks. And it would be interesting to hear from you, Luis, what you mentioned about investments that you have for R&D to generate information. And I'd like to know also if you have had any case where you did a research or you tried to develop this knowledge in order to have an integration in the private sector as an actor that can contribute for projects, whether they are municipal projects or state projects? One more question? Another comment? No? Okay. So you can make your comments now.
Não, o Sérgio, ele estava aqui também para apresentar o papel dos investidores de impacto. Que é verdade que temos o setor privado não é um conjunto de tipo de atores. Uma parte deles estão bem sensibilizados ao fato de esse compromisso com a implementação das agendas globais, mas assim, do elemento social, da inclusão social, do desenvolvimento econômico sustentável, da parte clima, é verdade que tem um conjunto de atores, são investidores de impacto que têm essa vontade, já investiram em vários domínios, setores, dos quais conhecemos o modelo de equilíbrio entre o investimento social, a parte de contribuição e a parte de retorno sobre o investimento. Mas bom, não tivemos o Sérgio, mas vocês vão comentar agora sobre essa experiência que vocês têm.
Vou comentar um pouquinho, depois eu passo para o Abel. Assim, eu acho que o mundo corporativo, o mundo empresarial, ele abraçou, né, a causa ESG nos últimos 2, 3 anos muito forte, né? E como tudo na vida, tudo no mundo, né, tem alguns que estão, digamos assim, mais avançados, mais engajados com essa pauta, e tem outros que ainda, né, talvez precisariam ser convencidos ou constrangidos, talvez, a aderir. Exato, né? Então tem alguns setores, né, algumas empresas específicas, né, que por si só já engajaram, porque viram nisso oportunidade de fazer negócio também. Então, né, é importante deixar claro, né, a transição climática, a transição ESG, né, tem logicamente, né, uma questão de sobrevivência, tem uma questão social, tem todo um aparato por trás, mas aqueles setores e empresas que estão mais avançados é porque também viram nisso a oportunidade de fazer negócio. E está tudo certo, é isso mesmo, né? Talvez aí, né, nos setores e empresas que estão atrasados nessa transição ESG, talvez caiba, né, ao setor público o papel de coordenação e de indução, né, por meio de regulamentos, por meio, né, de incentivos, crédito, né, subsidiado, enfim. Então, eu acho que o caminho é por aí. Exemplo, São Paulo, né, tem uma febre, né, de aquisição de carros elétricos. Por quê? Porque a prefeitura concedeu, o Estado, né, concedeu desconto no IPVA e tem, né, a prerrogativa de ficar fora do rodízio. Então, né, é um baita incentivo, né? Talvez outros casos semelhantes devam ser pensados e estudados, né, no Brasil e América Latina como um todo.
Incentivar e castigar.
Constranger foi boa, né? Bom, acho que o colega ali pediu um exemplo, né, falando um pouquinho dessa questão do investimento de impacto, como corroborando um pouco o que o Sávio disse. Acho que a demora foi uma parte entender que isso era importante, porque depois que a maioria está dentro, aí as pessoas não querem ficar de fora, a realidade é essa, porque vão acabar perdendo algumas oportunidades de negócio. Nós já vemos, por exemplo, alguns investidores que estão fazendo projetos conosco e que dizem, olha, eu quero fazer um projeto social na região para fazer uma compensação e etc. Então, no momento que tiver algum regulamento que trate isso, por exemplo, alguma coisa do tipo, na parte ambiental, por exemplo, o agronegócio é fortíssimo no Nordeste. Nós temos ali a região do Mato Piba, que são 4 estados, Maranhão, Piauí, Tocantins e Goiás. O Tocantins fica no centro-oeste, mas que produz é uma verdadeira mola propulsora na questão dos grãos de soja, trigo, milho, para exportação inclusive. Então, você teve muita área desmatada para isso. E aí, ao invés, nós avançamos com a reserva legal, avançamos com o georreferenciamento. A gente pode avançar, por exemplo, para um reflorestamento, para cada percentual do que está sendo feito, mas, de fato, é preciso que tenha algum regulamento, algum incentivo, e, nesse caso, nada melhor do que as agências reguladoras para fazer isso, sem travar, é claro, escutando o setor, que eu acho que é importante, e não pode ser bom nem para uma parte só, nem para outra. Você tem que ter essa anuência, mas que dá, sim, para, nesse formato, você conseguir ter alguma situação de impacto que é interessante, entendeu? E que tem lá. Hoje a gente já tem selo verde para algum tipo de produto que não usa um certo número de defensivos e etc. Então, essa questão ambiental está crescendo, mas no momento que nós tivermos, aí eu estou trazendo o exemplo do agronegócio que a gente acompanha de perto, essa questão, por exemplo, de deixar de ficar só na reserva, que você deixa de desmatar, mas pensar em alguma coisa de reflorestamento, alguma coisa desse tipo, acredito que a gente consegue avançar ainda mais.
Daniela, para acabar.
Creo que del lado, bueno, con México,
When it comes to Mexico, we already have a taxonomy that has been published recently. We are the third country after Colombia. European Union, they have it classified with all those criteria. When it comes to the country, we do have a lack of regulation when it comes to initiatives. This is actually a big step, and the private sector is dealing with that. I believe this is an opportunity for Mexico and for other entities to move resources in these economic activities already classified as sustainable. I believe something is missing, but at least we have started the way. We have goals that the Secretary of Finance has provided us this suggestion. This is a step that it can take some time, not in the speed that we wanted it to be, but this is a chance for us to be in the private sector, as we were mentioning. Thank you so much, you all. Applauses, please.
Maestro, por favor.
Host an official picture with the speakers of this panel, and we will move on with the next panel. We will have the third section in the afternoon that will deal with on how to improve the role of the SDBs on technical assistance, focus on global agendas. Let's move on with the next official picture. It can be you, yes. Applauses again. Thank you so much. Remaining here with us, Carlos de Freitas to be our moderator. I invite to the stage Christine Lank from Latin America Division, from Caribbean countries. Applauses again for Christy. Rafael Ranieri, Chief of Effectiveness Unit on Strategic Actions on Fuplata, and also Leonardo Lacerda, responsible for the Bank of Development of Minas Gerais State. We invite Misael Moreno, Executive Manager from Amazon Bank. We invite Heraldo de Paiva. He is the city mayor of São Gonçalo do Amarante city. And Diego, who is expert in projects and TIPSA AESA follow-ups.
Sem delongas, eu passo a palavra ao nosso moderador,
With no further questions, I know you guys are, sick of me somehow, but we still have 2 or 3 hours of agenda.
Esse painel, então,
This panel, we have been talking about this movement exploiting the private sector and the need to exploit it together. This is something new for all the banks, basically, either national or international. And for all of that, we need this knowledge transfer. When it comes to the real alliances of how intelligent are we going to be when it comes to the technical assistance and the improvement of the norms, regulations inside the banks, the local ones and the international ones, when it comes to the final customer, either in the private sector or in the public one, to develop the territory. Christy Lang, she's here representing the BEI, European Investment Bank. And she has many partnerships with us. And she's going to present her case today. You don't have any PowerPoint presentation, do you? You can advance and...
Por ali. Perfeito.
Good afternoon. I guess all of you feel like having a coffee, black coffee. It's a pleasure and honor to be here in this work session on technical assistance for the development of global agencies and localization for development countries. The challenge is to approach the gap between the sustainable infrastructure and the green one. We do have needs regarding the city mayors, and there are some possibilities for projects. We have the offer of financing and possibilities to develop the projects. But despite that, most of the projects, they go all the way from the preparation to the financing, and it takes time. We need to gather our strength points for the green economy. I would like to share with you some examples of a work group structured with other agents so we can have success in this gap exploit. This is the chain of actors in order to promote a sustainable support throughout the cycle of the project. I will provide you 3 examples. We have already mentioned the climate strategy gap and also the advisory facility. I believe LIFE, which is Latin America facility investment, and in collaboration with the Global Bank, we are exploiting strategies on gaps in investments And with the phase that we are now dealing with, this Felicity Fund is going to support study to prove technical knowledge of projects. The mitigation on the environmental focus has everything to do with the finance set of activities. They are essential so we can have a scale on climate improvements, either finance and publicly. It's not about passing through a technical process without checking the assistance that we need. I would like to have some minutes to talk about urban water and wastewater on energy efficiency in Ecuador. I believe there is someone in Riobamba. It is one of the present ones today. He has financed the project. We have the photovoltaic initiative here in Brazil and also in Ecuador. We had technical assistance for wastewater, and this is extremely hard to deal with. And with this pipeline, we had a set of projects for the Development Bank of Ecuador, and we affected positively the line in a fast period of time. So this is very important for us. It is important that the public bank is able to implement the project and can find the banking projects. The second example has to do with the 60,000 pilot project in the school of Porto Alegre in Brazil. It has been provided with the support of 98 schools, municipal schools, with the support for the Felicity project, with the public and private support for the photovoltaic support, with more than 500 public buildings being created. So we have basic support. This is something that we need to deal with when it comes to solutions in Brazil. And I would like to share with you very briefly on the Jardim Maravilha Wetlands Park. I'm not really sure if you guys have heard about the project. So the finance model regarding the stakeholder union has promised not only to reduce the climate risks, but also to improve risks that we go through in this area. So these are the three projects from Felicity that we deal with in Brazil. We work with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Porto Alegre, Florianópolis, and Maringá. A third example is LIFE. Which has been created for this session of debate. Today, nowadays, LIFE comes from European Union funds. We have 60,000 millions of euros to finance green investments in municipalities that count with mitigation of risks and impact. We have some photographs of the celebration, and I feel extremely happy when I see someone who has been benefited by this project. So the reason for this impact is a two-motive chain. So we have the first one, which would be to promote green finance, and the second one to strengthen national and local pipeline of investment deals, including funding project preparation to mitigate risks and to manage green projects, as well as the procurement and standards. We plan to bring procedures on the international standards level. This is, in turn, the key for attracting private investments. Regarding the city mayor, we have brought a video so you can see how it is the daily routine of the local communities. To conclude that, the essential ideas are based on a summary of this presentation. I know that you are very sleepy, and this is the very moment for you to take notes on that. I hope we don't miss demand for projects and to work on these projects. And in second place, what we can do better is to prepare the projects, and after having received all of that, we have finance, and one of the examples is to balance the requirements from the investments. Thank you so much for your time, and I pass to the next one.
Obrigada, Cristiane. Sim, sim.
Thank you so much, Rafael. You are the next part on the pair that's going to talk. Rafael is chief of the unit on efficacy and development and of the phone Plata. How did you ended up getting this technical assistance? Good afternoon, Carlos. Good afternoon, all of you. We are 4 representatives, and it is an honor to be here. 4 representatives to collaborate successfully, including finance and technical assistance. It is interesting to have the perspective of each one participating on this connection. If we think about possibilities and support that we can have taken into account the ecosystem on finance and development, there are different possibilities. In our case, what we had, it was a line of financing for Fon Plata that includes the complement on life, as Christy was mentioning. This is a line of 60 million euros, as well as with the technical assistance. 1 in Bolivia and another 3 in Brazil. And this is in areas that are far. And we were talking about that with the president of the bank back in Amazon, and it can be perfectly applied. And another one on sustainability, including our city mayor that is going to talk about it today. In terms of impacts that we had in the level of the project and institutionally speaking, when it comes to the main benefits, I would highlight the first categories on projects related to the ODSs, and this is something that didn't come from a requirement, but rather from an initiative that met how well we received this project, and we could develop everything. The improvement of the guidelines of the full plata to have a better base on the implementation of projects, and it brought us the possibility of having a better quality on the projects. Connected to that, we have a quick tool task to develop the project, to provide some benefits. The São Gonçalo do Amarante project, also an improvement on the capability of reporting results, and besides, an improvement on the references on final assessments of the projects. And some of the projects, they accounted on the broadening of institutional results and its impacts. And besides that, we had institutional impacts that were not actually implemented like that, but they were an outcome of the efforts we made throughout the year, with opportunities of improvements, and in the future we will be able to generate distinct projects. Among them, I would like to highlight the development and the implementation of projects in general that allows us to have transparency when we allocate a matrix of results, and we can manage what is happening, and we can have a better view of the results that beforehand didn't exist at all. So the analysis tool has been applied to all projects, and we have a quality next step when it comes to a view on sustainability from the development of abilities to São Gonçalo do Amarante project in the line of Bay connected to the ODSs, and we enabled a methodology, an internal one, based on the European one, but adjusted to the full plata reality, and we apply it to all of the other projects, and we can have a contribution on that. Regarding audit, it came all the way after the ongoing project, and we are near the final approval of that. This is part of the improvement process to keep on rising. And very recently, we have approved a gender and diversity strategy with an action plan already valid for this year. For the next years, we have as a benefit on the management system for corporate results, we are about to conclude another milestone that brings some benefits. A corporate study performed by TIPSA, and we have executed all these technical assistance to make a benchmark on the indicator regarding corporate results, with all the indicators of results taking into account results of projects. So we could have some orientation on that, and we could have a starting point relevant in terms of results as corporate level. It has been, possible due to all the impacts and additional assistances throughout all the execution processes. And during 4 years, we had a benefit due to the support we got from BI and NAIF with the execution of CIPTIPFA. And this was a very close collaboration, taking into account the bank collaboration, and we generated throughout the time the improvement on projects and identify opportunities on the project cycle of the full plata. So this is key. You don't need to have something specific. You need to have a more medium to long-term project to be implemented. I would like to mention some of the results that provided us the connection of the Full Plata as a regional bank with a global agenda. Nowadays, we can have a better view on which ODSs the projects actually belong to for sustainable cities, infrastructure, lack of equity, climate change, and we have a number of relevant projects where we can see a gradual change when it comes to projects such as sustainable subjects. All this experience provided us the chance to see, as a conclusion, I could say that both technical assistance and it is useful for a specific project and works as an improvement. This is all very relevant. When it's possible, if we have an initiative that is has a specific purpose, we can go ahead and and see what we have as a next step, and it will generate a quality real step that can impact other projects. From now to the future, we will have a broader impact rather than just a random project. We will be able to have a different horizon with more quality from that moment on, deriving from a very successful experience on technical assistance. Thank you. I believe we will have time on our roundtable to have some discussions. Mr. Leonardo de Lacerda, he's the finance manager from BTMG. You are one of the Brazilian champions with multi-banks and regional ones, improving your processes in this relation of improvement with the bank. How did you do it? How was the process of being near these partners, and how do you deal with that and brought some evidence to the process? How has this integration and relation been so far? How the bank was? How are they right now? And how will they be in the future? My apologies, I am tired. Before getting started, let me introduce myself. Let me talk a bit about Minas Gerais state. I am pretty aware that we have external visitors, maybe some foreigners. Minas Gerais is the second most populated state in Brazil. We have a good GDP. We are a great exporter of different products. We do have a wonderful writer that says that the dry areas, he mentioned that we have some differences, poor areas, rich areas. We have great exporters of commodities, being either in the agribusiness and on the development. And in this sense, we represent the state for public policies.
And the topic of our meeting of this roundtable is exactly the technical assistance, which is very relevant to the bank, and several of our know-how came from these technical assistances. I have numbered 3 points, and on the third I will emphasize these 3. But one item that can answer our questions is on how to improve the role of the subnational development. First of all, new opportunities for business, to be alert to all these opportunities. And this bank was one of the first banks that is a subnational bank to issue a bond with a partnership with BID. And just to mention one of the innovations we brought. And the second item that I consider very relevant, core of our debate today, it's the improvement of the measurement tools. When we have established partnership, it's from this partnership that the technical assistances will promote the know-how of the bank by the measurement tools. And with the second item, I would say that the networks, such as this forum, they need to promote amongst the multilateral banks and the development banks a package of tools, because the more institutions or multilateral institutions are part of our portfolio, then I will start to have several metrics and tools. Therefore, this ends up reflecting or mirroring in the final client. When there is a misalignment, there is an implication with costs. So these costs make the final objectives and attractiveness of development bank, they put that attractiveness down. And that's number 3. Whether our clients are private or public, today the president of Baza Bank, he said in a very good way that the development banks, they generate a positive externality that goes beyond credit, which is to foster to small and medium-sized companies the elevation of ESG and mindset. 95% around that. So approximately 95% of the municipalities in the globe have less than 100,000 inhabitants. So we are talking about small municipalities. They lack know-how. They need very much an infrastructure that will promote this mindset, this value, and that's the point. In that municipality, the business person or entrepreneur from that municipality with an integrated capacity will promote and will transform. And they have the power for this transformation and so far. But some of the experience that of that we had is a vision of our matrix, of brands, as you can see on my slide, multilateral partners. And I emphasize that it's underlined in my text. These technical partnerships or assistances, they are always bilateral gains. So a partnership, obviously like a BMG, receiving this technical assistance, obviously will add to our know-how. But it's common, it's normal to notice how much the multilateral use local practices or understand local practices. So, for example, in Minas Gerais, a state that we have, with our particularities and our different cultures, it's important that the multilateral notice that there is points that need to be included in the metrics and that will be incorporated in the contracts. And finally, these networks, such as this meeting, are moments for us to reflect and to build a rationale or a unified metric. This unified metric, allows the usage of any tool that was created. I have several examples here because of time constraints. But the emphasis that I have with regards to the networks is related to the opportunity that happens on the discussion about metrics, alignment. Several times the metrics for measuring environmental impacts, right now we are internally at BMG under a revision or improvement of a social metric. It's a challenge we have. They are a challenge, maybe bigger than gender equality, and the impact of these metrics are very sensible and demand more study. So what we notice is that sometimes these studies are done apart. Each entity, each part actually will, when reaching the development banks, where we accumulate this amount of contacts with the multilaterals, we notice several metrics. But sometimes the difference is not a relevant one, but it implies, the smaller it is, it can imply cost difficulties and difficulties in allocation because we have diverse realities and they vary within the state. And at last, Paul Pullman wrote a book on, recently, actually, he wrote this book, and he says the following, he says a sentence that the price of not doing anything is more expensive than the cost of acting. And what I notice is that these events, once again, are the opportunity that we cannot miss in order to have a mature talk about the alignment of the metrics so that the development banks and subnational banks can perpetuate their missions to take more than the credit, to take to the hands of the small producer, to the small municipality, to the micro entrepreneur that may not be totally consolidated, which is the ESG mindset. Thank you very much. This also is related to what we said in the last panel, the construction of a financial architecture for the international funding, because we have to have this common culture and a co-influence for each actor of the chain. Now, I will give the floor to Mr. Misael Moreno. He is the executive manager of the strategies of business at BASA, B-A-S-A. How do you actually together with BMG, with the same kind of work, how could you integrate this dimension in your evolution process? Tell me my time, please. What is the length? 7 minutes. Okay. It's a great topic. Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations for the organization of this forum. And this is a topic I love. And it's the group of the Amazon, and we act in 60% of the national territory. So where there is the Amazon forest, where it is included by the Amazon, there is this bank. So sometimes we see how hard it is to notice the importance of the ones who live in the influence area of the Amazon. We almost had the conversion process to understand the dimension of the ODSs. They're not there randomly. They were not written not concerning about what they could cause, because they impacted the lives of people. And we had this first challenge to make people aware of the necessity of the preservation, and at the same time explain what is preservation and how to preserve the Amazon, because sometimes there is a misunderstanding of preserving and leaving the forest untouched. We have flew above the forest, but under those trees there are people. There is a productive sector working. There are the quilombolas, the indigenous communities, and the legislators and legislation. The legislators not having the awareness, they try to develop the Amazon, putting restrictions there. So they say that there is a very tight rule. Rural credit is one example. We have the rules for the agribusiness, but when we talk about the Amazon biome, there are 30 additional restrictions. So this is the legislation by punishment, and we have to find induction mechanisms. We have to give value to the ones that are doing positive actions. I will exemplify with 2 cases very quickly about the importance on doing that through technical assistance or technical support to show to the legislators, to the international and international banks and multilateral banks that want to act in the Amazon, how Amazon has its private or peculiar characteristics. We know there is PRONAF. PRONAF is the embryo was born in the Bank of Amazon in '93 when we felt the difficulty for the producer to have the credit of a paro. It's a rural credit. And then we took that plan to Brasilia. It was amplified, prototyped by the government of that time in the state of Mato Grosso, and then in '55 the program for the strengthening of family agriculture. So imagine who would be the major beneficiaries of this project. Today, 3 to 4% of PRONAP funds go to the Amazon because the access to the program were restricted. The rules don't apply. So we needed to create an inductive process to adequate the rules for the Amazon region. And what we did initially, we noticed that we had a big production of nuts, para nuts, and a big native cocoa production as well. So I believe that with rural credit, and rural credit is well used in the sector, but when I checked the statistics, I saw that credit going towards cattle ranching, and credit was going either to cattle ranching or to soybean or corn, the traditional agribusiness. But when you actually looked toward the standing forest, actually, we had to think, we understood that the credit lines were not compatible to those activities. So the COCOA, we need to implant 3 hectares to have economic feasibility. And at that time, 60,000 reais was the cost for 3 hectares. We had PRONAF, but for 60,000 reais, we could access the program, but there was a deadline of 2 to 3 years, and the implementation of that culture was restricted. So I would have, the grace period and the need to start and to understand that period. And the PRONAF forest, it gives a grace period of 12 years, but only 1,000 reais. I could only plant 1. Then we asked for technical support. They confirmed that information. We took that document. We took the document to Brasilia to make adequations to PRONAF forest. And they said, well, at least planting 3 hectares of cacao. And that's how it happened towards the cocoa segment. So imagine technical people, communities making adequations. That's all it needed. So we started thinking of a second option. We thought about the nuts. So who funds the Brazil nut? Old term for this nut was paranut. So there is a payment that is done % of the Brazil nut for the sale of an absurd amount of this nut, and they make a lot of money from that. So they said that the legislation didn't allow funding or financing. And I was curious about that. How do they finance items that are impossible to be financed? So while agribusiness traditionally finances seeds, fertilizers, an hour of machine, if we consider the vaccines for cattle and so far, but in extraction of the nuts, 90% of the budget is taken by the family to actually live through the seasonal harvest period. So legislation, when they looked toward the legislators, the credit budget that actually included meat or dairy products or perishable products, they would ask the banks, and the banks preferred not to have conflicts with the legislators. And what we did, we called for technical assistance to show that the agribusiness of the standing forest is totally different of the regular or traditional agribusiness. TNC helped us a lot, and we did the consultancy. We put together a risk balance sheet, and we continued with the PRONAF project for the financing of this nut. And the major financing that we do in the sector of extraction in this program, PRONAF, are nuts, because we could exemplify everything that that specific sector had, and with the technical assistance, we could put together this environment that allowed the credit to reach the small producers. So we have the understanding that this alliance is the pathway to understand the particularities of each region. And it's evident to us that we have similar issues, but we also have different issues, and there are several topics that can be shared. And for sure, the ones that will gain from that is the population having access to public resources. Thank you so much. It's a perfect example of this capacity of going after a support group, and we can envision what we will reach with that. We have a final customer, and we have the consultancy that helped us in the technical transfer in terms of the BI of Full Plata. Diego Luiz, you are the expertise. I'm not sure if we say this way in Portuguese, but maybe expertise is the word, yes. Expertise in projects of a follow-up of GIPSA AESA. And do you have the mic and the click? Yes? So you will present how you followed this project technically, and then we will watch the video that was mentioned about the final beneficiary. So after clients, you are the one, and then you will close with the mayor. Okay? Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can share with you this session. Rafael, actually, we have a point of view that shows about the meeting with the allies. And of course, there are some details of the objective.
Al señor alcalde de su vivencia directa.
And then I would like to explain what are the challenges for technical assistance.
And all the objectives that we reached, how did we look for solutions in a long-term benefit to develop possibilities and have some institutional impacts? So the challenge, the initial challenge, was to reach that the bank could with the European Bank, we could have an objective to reimburse all the loans, even though in the context, and this is the most difficult part, but when we implemented what we needed, the most important was to be in the central part of Plata so that we could have an institutional impact. And at the day that we began with, we got started with that, and we had some hours. And after that, we were not able to work on that. And this was a challenge that we all had to deal with. And we felt as if we were finally adapted to such a situation. And I am extremely happy to be here to participate with Rafael.
And we are still working in a remote way. And this is actually the first learning, because we had the pandemic, and this challenge was an opportunity to develop a working mode that was beyond the technical assistance, because we worked remotely and the entire institution worked. And today it's very different, because Plata had few people working in other countries, but the majority of the people were working in the head office, but now they are working in other countries. We have a decentralization, and we are working remotely. And our counterparts are in Brasilia, Buenos Aires, and other regions. So very quickly, we have other places. And what we did, we talked about some achievements that we had. And as mentioned, and Rafael said, we have followed closely some projects. And we follow those projects very closely. But we noticed that the analysis of climate scenarios could be applied in all kinds of projects. So we worked with projects that were being financed. And little by little, we stepped back. We reviewed all the projects from the beginning, since the time that they were born. And when they are born, we need to integrate them with socioeconomical analysis and we need to quantify the impact that they will produce. And this was the wallet of Von Plata, and that helped to develop our capacity of what we were talking about in terms of global overview. And today we have tools tools with global influence, and we have our portfolio aligned with the climate change, and we have worked with several tools, internal systems to prepare this information. And actually, we could have a vision that is a total view of the bank so that each project has its logic. In the beginning, it was all disconnected. We had the information, we presented it, but we didn't have the focus on how we were going to present all that.
Después, digamos que esa capacidad de tener sistemas ha ayudado a desarrollar esa capacidad de tener resultados, porque los resultados estaban en los proyectos, pero no había esa visibilidad de esos resultados hasta que pudimos sistematizar la información, agregar la información y que se pueda presentar hacia afuera, ¿no? Entonces, darle vida a esos resultados. Y esos resultados, ¿cómo les damos vida? Bueno, a través de la agenda global, que cuando llegamos a Fonplata, lo mencionaba Rafael, teníamos una cartera creciente, pero no sabíamos bien en qué ODS estamos trabajando, entonces empezamos a adaptar, a asimilar, a articular toda la cartera en función de los ODS, pero sobre todo a armonizar cómo entendemos los ODS, ¿no? Y cómo llegamos a cada ODS, cómo lo cuantificamos y lo medimos. Entonces, eso fue, digamos, muy interesante porque...
And this was very interesting. And we needed to have the power to integrate. And Leonardo and Rafael, do you want to show something? Actually, this capacity, this additional capacity needs coherence. And let's say maybe we have to see if the contribution was happening and if there is an alignment to the policy, to all the tools of the bank. And then we try to get all these capacities, and at the same time, we had the international scenario, and we needed to strengthen the capacities to be in the network. And what Christine was saying, and it was very important, to harmonize and to actually converge all the allies that exist on a project. And when we talk about transactions, and when we are working for our final beneficiary, we have to give technical assistance, and there has to be a matching. There has to be a matching and also a focus. We have to have a common focus for the final beneficiary, and it also has to have efficacy. And it's very important as well, and I would say that we have participated in initiatives of the bank, because the bank has an initiative that is to move forward transversal actions. And there are policies there as well, so we have to give support, and we have to understand the strategies that are for gender equality and other aspects that have to be considered. So when we work the coherence, when we understand transversal topics, those are also within the bank, and they are part of all the projects, in the plan of all the projects. So in the bank, we implement several capacities. And I would say that we have reviewed the works, and we expect that we can move forward and that we can solve all the capacities, not only the institutional impacts with Complata, and we are also talking about projects of the institutions, and we consider that the beneficiaries that we are working for, and we are actually going to give you the example of an issue that we actually have and
deal with San Gonzalo interaction in a similar way, so that our technical assistance was not just for Planta, but it was for all the municipalities, actually. And we were able to monitor each project before implementation, so we could discuss the designing of the project. So we were able to review the projects, and before São Gonçalo do Amarante got started, we actually worked with Cascavel neighborhood back in Paraná, and we performed the presentations on climate changes. And during the discussion, we had a generation of a new debate, and the engineers, they made an analysis on the parks adapted for the project and designing based on climate scenarios. So all of that for us as technical assistants is to see reality and not work remotely on climate scenarios. So this discussion, we had it in the municipality. So Rafael was here with me. So we said, the engineers were explaining that to us because we deal with, other changes that were not expected. So at the hottest moment of the day, the weather was really hot, and we went to this municipality, and we felt so well due to the difference of temperature, and we didn't want to, get back to the hotel. We wanted to spend some time there. So this was the real proof that we are adapting to the increase of temperature. In the case of São Gonçalo do Amarante, the analysis show us that the climate scenarios, we can see an increasing of the temperature of almost 4 degrees all the way to 2100. We need to adapt to the designs of the projects. We need to know that there are different dimensions. Not only we need to say what is going to happen, but we have different scenarios in the sense of a change of temperature. We will have dry weather, and we need to consider projects on efficiency, on the use of water. And there are many books related to that. And at the same variation of climate, we will have a lot of water in a specific moments. In extreme scenarios, we need to be adapted to the other extreme. So this type of analysis, we take it to Amazon, and it would be very useful to, the cases of fires. And we were able to see that Amarante was blending all these ingredients in every situation, just like flood, dry weather, and waves of hot weather. Let me show you directly from those who live there, and I would like to conclude that since from the point of view of technical assistance, for us the most important in a challenge such as this one of the abilities we appreciated the most in Phone Plata, and we reached that, is just not only about the decision of a Phone Plata, but to participate on the teams in a parallel way, and our ability to adapt. We could work remotely with our teams, and we have decreased the intensity. And in the case of Amarante, we have a project that happens before the forecasted, and we don't have any other delays. And talking about adaptation, I would like to pass it over to our city mayor, and he will tell us about the adaptation on the climate changes. When it comes to introduction, we will be talking about it, and I will share with you a video on this project. Thank you so much. So all these subjects are fundamental. So this is just a little bit about what is done in the kitchen, it's the cooking process. So let's see in the restaurant, what people consume, what do they eat. I'm going to share with you the video regarding the result of the impact of the process. I'm not sure whether you were ready to show the video.
Foi pouco dificultoso, devido ao bairro que não era asfaltado, também a dificuldade por água. Há bom tempo atrás, aqui numa época dessa chovia bastante, o rio cheia, e a gente pudesse ter uma boa pesca lá no rio, E com essa mudança climática, não está tendo chuva constante como tinha. De abastecimento de água seria dia sim, dia não. Ou às vezes de 3 em 3 dias. Que a água vinha enchia, eles enchiam a caixa d'água, para poder abastecer. A expectativa da gente é grande, esperando essa água de qualidade, de boa qualidade, através do Phone Plata e do BEI. É uma obra de muita importância para a gente aqui da zona rural, como da população são gonçalense.
Então, prefeito Heraldo Daniel de Paiva, prefeito de São Gonçalo. Você tem micro ou não? Não tem micro?
Do you have the mic?
Tá bom.
I have a presentation to share with you today. Good afternoon, dear all. I would like to say that I appreciate so much the invitation, and I would like to take opportunity to talk today. Our city is in Rio Grande do Norte state, a small state in Brazil. We have not more than 3,000 million inhabitants. We are part of the northeast part of Brazil. We are a state with touristic potential, very important for our economy. And São Gonçalo do Amarante is located in Natal City, in a very old city with more than 300 years of history. On the Dutch occupation in São Gonçalo, we had a general death, and they are nowadays saints of the Catholic Church. And as Câmara Cascudo said, we are the place for cultural aspects in the area in Brazil. We are a city with a lot of potential. We have an international airport. It is in São Gonçalo. And we have potential nowadays. The airport has been submitted to a new bid, and it has been built by the private initiative. It was the very first one to be recognized and to receive a bid. We are a city with approximately 116,000 inhabitants. We are the fourth greatest city in population, and our GDP is 1.72 B on 2020, and the Human Development Index of 0.6. And as I was mentioning, for Rio Grande do Norte, we are the fourth greatest city in the Northeast. The work we have been executing, we have been doing that through the Fon Plata, basic sanitation and urban mobility, also to implement new parks, and it is very advanced. We have including being part of the execution schedule, and on the urban sanitation we have been replacing and broadening the network for the urban area as well as in the rural area. What we presented in the video, is already a result of everything we did, connecting our system to the rural area as we presented in the video. So the community feels that our city has only 22% of places, and with the city hall and 45% of our houses.
Temos obras de mobilidade urbana, várias obras, que aqui nós temos a implantação do anel viário da entrada da cidade.
The entrance of the city.
Entre a questão da mobilidade urbana e da qualidade de vida.
And the quality of life. Now we have access to leisure, to culture, and this work. We have a mirror of water, and it will preserve where the river was born, the road ring. And we have these places where the river was born. And we will have, at the river sources, parks, gym, and accessibility, which is fundamental to cities. We have the execution of work which serve as a bridge for Rio Grande do Norte, and the name is Rio Potengi, and the communities during the period of time of rain, they were 30 to 40 days not being able to communicate with one another, And nowadays, we have delivered, the work that connects one bridge to the other with the rural area. And this party was amazing. It is a work, a very important one. So São Gonçalo is growing a lot. And the communities, they are very old. They are including very full of people. They are crowded. They have a life there, different from the community, the rural area of the country, just like in the countryside. Many communities and cities and we will have 10,000 places for our city. This was what happened with Natal, Rio Grande do Norte in the beginning. We have a development positioning south-south, and with the airport going from the south, we were located in Paranamirim, and with the building of a new bridge from the north area to the center of Natal, the development area is north-north. Now we are in the north area of the metropolis. We are the city well recognized, just like the poet. We know the pain and the sweetness of being who we are. We know the positive side and the negative side of it, and avenues that connect neighbors and cities, and we requalify the pavements. As other cities, there are very old pavements that should be positioned as to improve mobility, as well as to bring new parks to have a dialogue with sustainability. We will build 2 parks and we are, advancing a lot in our schedule, as you can see in our contract. But we are, totally updated, and we are accomplishing with the payments. And the lessons learned are that we want to have a more accommodating city that can offer to our population quality of life. And without the technical assistance, the city hall would not be able to offer any of that. So this is a program that, with structure, there are news, that's where our role as a technical assistance gets in. So it happens in harmony with dialogue, and every time we want to adapt any type of action, I feel that we are near one another. So without that, it was not possible to put into action this project, so it would be transformed in the sense of infrastructure, and it will improve quality of life for our population. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Thank you so much, City Mayor. We will have no time for questions, but Kristen is waiting for coffee break, like she is BEI. But just to conclude, service, in the end of the day, has to do with the one who is learning. And how do you see, the future being reproduced as a means of going ahead with next steps for the future? Well, I believe it is a fantastic, amazing experience, and it serves as, for us in Northeast, the only agreement signed is with us, and we host visits from other city mayors so that they can get to know our experience. We need to understand how urban mobility takes place, and our city has no traffic no more. We have been improving the cities to reduce impact, because in the future we will have other outcomes in the quality of life in the future. Can you wonder, with this project, how could we implement places for bikers, to road, and this partnership with Fon Plata, the technical assistance, it's in the mind of all of them who are in the technicality of management, and it will be, useful for the next generations. As an example, very clear one, we provided the bridge that connects two communities. We have two requests. First of all, the the robbery we passed through, when the river is full, 40, 50 days. And with that, with the pavement, we are able to understand that we have now a culture of continuity, so that cities, they can, be they can move, like a node neighborhood, just to paraphrase. It's not just about the room, it's about the street, it's not only about the kitchen itself. When we see any change, we see the change of quality of life of our population. Professor, I mean the host.
Cortaram, agora voltou.
So, a very important moment of our event, coffee break. So, I appreciate the participation of all of the panelists here today. Let's take a picture, an official one, and let's very quickly get back at 4:15 to our last panel of our event, so we can conclude our event today. Thank you so much again, panelists, to be part of this panel. A 4:15, we will be back. Next panel will have as a title the structure of finance architecture on regional levels and national ones. Host, just a second, 4:10, actually, we need to be back, because we have a panelist that needs to go to the airport. So let's have coffee and be right back.
Gentileza de que os nossos participantes retornem aos seus lugares. Nós vamos dar início, neste momento, ao último painel, nossa sessão número 4, que tem como tema a estruturação da arquitetura financeira subnacional nos níveis regional e nacional. Enquanto os nossos painelistas retornam do café, agradecemos mais uma vez a todos que estão conosco neste grande evento que é o Fórum Anual 2023, Aliança dos Bancos de Desenvolvimento Subnacionais na América Latina e no Caribe.
Pode começar.
Vamos chamar?
Vamos. O André, onde é que está? Ah, ok. Pode começar a chamar a gente.
Okay.
Obrigado.
Vamos então convidar os nossos participantes, senhor André Godoy, secretário executivo da Associação Brasileira de Desenvolvimento, a quem eu peço uma salva de palmas. Convido também a senhora Camila Carvalho Costa, chefe do Departamento de Operações do Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Social, BNDES. Senhor Eduardo Kaplan Barbosa, chefe do Departamento de Estratégia Social e Territorial, também do BNDES. Senhor Cristiano Boaventura de Medeiros, Superintendente Nacional da Caixa Econômica Federal.
From Caixa Econômica Federal Bank. We would like to invite Ernesto from the General Secretary of Finance Intergovernment and belonging to the National Treasury Ministry of Finance in Brazil. I would like to invite to our scenery the Chief of Socio-Economical Development for the Development of Union Nations in Brazil. I invite Giovanni Ramirez from the ASO-INFES, the Territory Development Institution from Colombia. Once again, I invite Eduardo Prina, General Manager from the International Affairs Bank from Argentina. Giovanni, you were late. I invite you, Sir Carlos da Fonseca, from the Secretary of Institutional Affairs from the Republic Presidency of Brazil. Carlos, with you. As André was mentioning, let's take the official picture so we don't miss the picture and then we get started. Let's get together for our picture. Porque sou
Guilherme, vem para mim, se eu quiser não te ouvir,
Oi.
Deixa eu começar a pegar aqui um pouquinho.
André Godoy, você é secretário executivo da Associação Brasileira de Desenvolvimento.
You are the Secretary of Development, and I will later on introduce you in the panel. Let's basically talk about it as in the articulation of all elements, all actors that were here in our roundtables, so we could create the set of strategies to implement the result of impact. Please, thank you. Good afternoon, dear all, my colleagues in our panel, all of you participating and hearing us today. I apologize for the short period of time. Taylor Swift is going to make a mess here in São Paulo today. And basically, I'm not sure if you were able to bring up the presentation that I prepared for today. So the objective is to talk today a little bit about what we have as an agreement for the fostering of our work for a long time by composing agencies of fostering public banking. And throughout time, we had many development banks, and some of them, they don't exist anymore with some legal perspectives, different ones, and they are fit now to the challenges of the country and how these institutions can help us solve challenges as time goes by. With the objectives of sustainable challenges with the United Nations, we can little by little we can talk about some figures and numbers on the municipalities due to the subject of our panel today. The national institution of fostering, we are composed of 34 finance institutions. So since the public banks, we have the banks of developments, SEBRAE, as well as other banks. As though we don't develop that, we have our set of projects to develop everything, all the way from infrastructure, agribusiness, innovation, impact projects, among others. So these are some numbers and figures, just so you can, be aware about what happens. We are talking about almost half of the Brazilian system. These data, they are more recent. It represents 44% of the total amount. When we talk about the long-term financing loan, the percentage increases more. And it is almost everything, when it comes to public sector. 81% represents the rural credit. We almost don't have the organized data. If we talk about it, almost total of innovation is performed by these institutions. This is a very particular scenario, even though each one of us has one role. This is a typical feature of this system. Also, a bit about the data, municipalities, such strong discourse on resilience, climate changes, adaptations. Basically, we are talking about the total amount of credit towards the municipalities in Brazil. This data, if you could focus on the graph, on the right side, because we can see the total number of operations back in 2022. Basically, what we will see is that most of the operations, especially when it comes to the smaller cities, small ones, we have a representation of 23% being done for the subnational ones and 46% of the quantity of operations being performed by other organs. What does it mean? That for smaller municipalities, the financial institutions, they represent such an importance for us. These are the institutions who can, you know, do what is necessary. So either the national ones, the Investment Bank of Brazil, but when we mention the smaller ones, if it's not the national fostering investments, we will not get there. So we will have different outcomes when it comes to remember the local development, regional local development. So this is very particular with these institutions and the municipal infrastructure. There are some possibilities, the more recent ones, the new sanitation framework for these municipalities and for finance institutions, public and private partnerships. We have mentioned that a lot. And there's another one that I would add up to this discussion, which is the new legal reform. You know, this is still under discussion, but there's a strong discussion on the compensational funds, which are the amounts where the transition takes place, and you have the legal losses, and there's opportunity for these institutions to allocate, you know, in an assertive way, these resources. This is still under, you know, the parliament, under the court, but we have been talking about it on the development national agency. We may have an important role when it comes to these compensational funds. We are still bringing that to the table, and we will focus on that on the legal perspective. General numbers, this release will be published as for next week. The national system of promotion, just back in 2022, we had more than 11.3 billion Brazilian reais. If you want to access the QR code, you can check the detailed information, and we can see that there's an important focus when it comes to the Human Development Index, and this financing, when it takes place, we would take into account a measure of more than 10,000 million Brazilian reais. So just to conclude, last aspect on international partnerships, we have been concluding some agreements for the last couple of years, especially with WRI, Brazil, and the UK Pact on the ABDE 2030 that is going to take place, multi-projects methodology on the training of the associates in order to understand the main demands of the Brazilian cities, this share of good practices, Fungitur, as well as the, good practices for finance subjects and sustainable cities and resilient ones. Due to the lack of time, I will stop in here and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Andre, for having actually helped us and for staying here in São Paulo. And if you need, you can go. Actually, I will start to introduce the panel. And this panel is very important for the forum. Andre's presentation actually shows in perspective what are the challenges we may have and what it is to build the financing architecture of the municipalities and how to integrate the commitments in the international level before our national strategies combined to the foreign agendas. We actually know all the players or actors that are financing the central government, the infrastructure of the development of the country. So we are talking about the ministries, the treasury, planning ministry, and so far. In the centralization process, they actually should forget a little bit that each time we drop responsibility levels in this basket of the federation, let's say, the process of capacity transfer of public policies, strategies, mechanisms that reflect the necessities each time that we get closer to the local level. And they are very different. And the talks of the mayors and the mayors today showed and illustrated that very well. And the administrative capacities are also very different. So this is happening in all countries, not only in Brazil. We actually have, and we are lucky to have the representation of all elements in the domestic and international level. And the articulation process that I would say would be to develop dialogues and instruments thinking about the future, but it's true that a decentralization process for the sovereign strategies, for the project of financial structures in the package that includes the debt and other aspects wasn't transferred because we lack human resources in public administration. The salaries are not good locally, and that's true for the rest of the world. And this actually ends up affecting the fact that the states do not have a technical team with power to convince, to negotiate public and private partners to finance and to bring technical assistance. But talking in the international level from 2015 and 16 with international texts and 2030 agenda, the possibilities for development, the new urban agenda, these texts have acknowledged the role of states and municipalities, not in a counterpoint, let's say, in the central level, but complementing things as a group that has a capacity to transform that needs support from the state. The Article 34 of the conference is perfect. It's the milestone where all countries committed themselves to create a regulation, legal milestone for the access to the debt of the municipalities. And in the majority of the countries it wasn't implemented. So we will have the next conference in 2025 in Spain. It will be a very important moment because from 2015 up to now, there was an evolution on the integration of this acting level within the processes, both domestically and internationally. So having access and having support and the financing mechanisms that will cover the demand of the municipalities and the states is being designed or planned. So we have to be constantly learning. We must have the debates, even with banks, because they are advanced. They have several means of helping, and they can think about how to manage or handle this financial engineering to find a national solution. So this table right now, this round table, is to tackle on national association, such as the ones that we have here in Colombia, and I believe that there is no other in Colombia that associates all that. You are the diversity of actors right now that all these instructions are added by you in order to settle strategies, to identify priorities. And as it's said now, the focus over the urban development to keep up with the evolution becomes priority. And the associations that allow that data come in, and so that all the entities or bodies talk to each other, there is an effective communication. This is very new as well, and we have this demonstration throughout Brazil with BNDES that will be represented soon. BNDES, which is the National Bank of Development, is one of the most powerful that we have in Latin America. And the banks, national banks that are instruments of the national policy, and how do you deliver and how do you develop all the important processes to serve this dynamic. The Ministry of Treasury has a very difficult dialogue, and it's very difficult to understand the dialogue between municipalities and the states. As I've said, there is some prejudice. There is prejudice, and this prejudice is a historical one. Prejudice due to the lack of credibility in a process that comes from a municipality. And in Brazil, I would say that the burden of this debt broke the evolution, and that evolution could be positive, but it's not. So the Ministry of Treasury and the presidency, that from local level to the central level, shows how there is an integration in the stock. We will have the example of Colombia, Argentina, and we will know the differences. And I don't know how to say this word in Portuguese, CNOD, as an agency that has this process for translating, let's say, the ambitions of the ODSs and how this will be embedded in the programs of the countries that we have, and what would be the integration of that. Camila Carvalho Costas, your head of operations of the International Bank of Development associated to BNDES. The floor is yours, and you can add on to what I have just said. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you to be here representing BNDES, and we have several colleagues here today, and I'm very honored to be here. I'm representing the sector or Department of Operations and Digital Channels, it's the interface of our national institution with the development banks and the fostering agencies, with commercial banks, with the CPs that work with credit. So BNDES is a structure that is located in Rio de Janeiro, is more than 2,500 workers, and we have several agencies around the country. And it's great to have BNDES helping us as partners, but having the relevant public policies. We have a representative of the National Treasury, and we were talking about collecting resources for this fund, and I would say that this is a very important information because we are motivated, we are very motivated with this collection, with the possibility to help municipalities in the private sector with the lack of climate resilience. Today, the applications that are indirect, the indirect applications of BNDES have a major participation. They are around 56% of the reimburse, and it's very important to actually consider this indirect transfer. And in terms of climate, we are focused in giving support to solar panels. So thinking about these major resources that are coming in, we already understood that we have to travel to different places, let's say, and the annual plan for the application of the climate fund, there are several public informations, and unfortunately we delayed in sending this information, but I would say that the pair, or actually PAR, has 6 topics to be worked. One of it is urban resilience. Within this part, which is urban resilience, financed items that are several. Sometimes urban areas, mobility in the cities, urban mobility, it's another arm, solid residues, biogas. So there is a variety of items that can be financed. Also, bike pathways, and we are right now talking about that. And we have some market players, and I would say that our participation today was very important because everything that was meant about the necessity to put together a qualified pipeline, we have the same thoughts, and as a financial institution, it would be no sense to put all the resources in the shelves and our public clients wouldn't be able to consume these resources in their project. So we have to think in an articulated way. We have to understand who are the actors that are helping each of these markets and who are the capable actors, and how we can help the municipalities for good projects and our main partners. And I would like to say, before Capon compliments, we probably will be in December inviting some partners, regional development banks, to understand what makes sense with our current wallet, what converges with the strategies that are immediate to give support to the climate resilience. BRDE is a major partner, and we will be able to work together with them. And I would say that there are several important impacts in the South because we have some climate issues to consider, and this is urgent. And it was said here about a process and operation. We have to be full of emergency notion. We have to put the product ready on the street, and it has to be fast, the fastest possible, so that the municipalities can consume these resources and apply the resources, because climate issues in the past were intangible aspects, but now with the floods, with the heat, We lived in Rio last week, and I found a friend here. She worked in the World Bank, and we have to change the synergy of all things. We have to have awareness of that, and that's what we are looking for. Thank you very much. Very clear explanation. And Kaplan Barbosa, you are the chief of the strategy sector of the bank. Please, you can add on, and then I will talk. Well, I want to emphasize what Camila just said. It's an honor and a great happiness to be here, part of this event, to be part of this debate. I'm learning a lot. It's a great opportunity for learning. And as Carlos said, I represent another sector of BNDES that is responsible for financing states and municipalities. So I represent the first floor of BNDES, let's say. It's important to mention the explanation Camila said. BNDES, from September last year to September this year, has reached more than 7 million reais as disbursement, and all the agencies that are and banks are the way for BNDES to reach the companies and clients. That's why we have done a major effort to understand this format of work, and above all, how we can actually become a vector of effective transmission of the priorities of BNDES in terms of public policies to contribute so that BNDES will help in equality, sustainability, digitalization, and this green economy. So I did an effort to understand how our relationship with the development bank would happen. What are the characteristics we should consider? And due to the time of my talk here today, I think it's better that I show indicators. And some has already been said, but I'd like to re-emphasize some overall views and to put a provocation over this vision. So the first is the acknowledgement that the development banks in Brazil represent a heterogeneous amount of actors with different levels of leveraging, with different capital structures, with differentiated, actually, governance levels. So when we look towards this territory, on the one side, we see an opportunity to reach and to be closer to small municipalities and medium-sized municipalities that would have no chance to have a direct financing from BNDES, but also the gaps and challenges that we have on the other side of support from the federal government. But we have to acknowledge that this present alliance offers moments for reflection, sharing knowledge, to put together a network of knowledge that will level up and will foster the capacity for management of these agencies towards development, but that also will construct this critical mass for the projects, not any projects, projects that will solve emergency issues. And then I say once again, the exchange of experience in an international level seems to be the correct way for all this. And another point is that everybody has different ways to capture resources or funds and to leverage their own assets. So for us, what it shows is that there was a provocation on the internal meeting that we had yesterday. There is a necessity for amplification of the source of resources so that the banks can help implement those projects. BNDES has always been in the position of an important source of resources as a second floor or second level resource bank, and in the Basilea Index also shows a limit and a condition for the amplification of this action. So the diversification of sources and the adaptation of governance structures and formats of action of development banks aim to reinforce the movement towards family credit, municipality, and micro entrepreneurs credit. BNDES also fosters the possibility, and we have also discussed this with some states, that we can support the actions of these development banks, giving and funding what some of their banks want to do in order to capture and allow the amplification of a major leverage of their action. So these two elements of fund capture and access to new sources of funding, and combining everything with resources to capture what is aligned with evolution, management, and new projects seems to be very relevant in the direction that we have to move towards when considering the sustainable agenda. Also, there are some financial agents that already have a relationship with BNDES and that actually translate our strategies for the edge, for the ones that share this vision of sustainable development, and therefore we do believe that these are leverages for this development. We do have some gaps that I would say we can work and discuss and debate on those roundtables, but the main point here is that we see that these actors are the ones that can leverage a more broad sustainable development in sectors such as the agricultural one that will foster a more sustainable agriculture, companies that will have access to cleaner technology and closer to a circular economy. But above all, we also see that, and I believe that now I'm emphasizing what ABD said, the development banks can be the priority channels for the funding of a sustainable urban municipality for small and medium-sized municipalities. So to wrap up, I would say that the access to resources can contribute for this advancement. We are also talking about a novelty architecture that depends on the improvement of regulations that enable major leverage of development banks, but there are a huge amount of reliability and trust on knowledge, and also about sharing experiences in the building of these portfolios and sustainable possibilities, and we will emphasize that even more. So, Carlos, thank you. I will actually ask Camila and Eduardo the following. It's very clear. The strategy, the pathway is very clear. Brazil is leading G20 for next year. There will be a very strong debate next year. G20 and G7 published statements and documents about the importance of urban development and the aspect of financing. But for each of you, a question: what would be the catalyzer, the element for the next months that you think that this catalyzer could help you accelerate even more this process? So how do you think about it? What do you think about regulations? What do you think about political direction, partnership amongst international banks of the region, or a lab? I don't know. Maybe a negotiation over. We have talked a lot about the simplification of processes and mainly on the access to international multilateral funds. And it could be a relationship with the Treasury, maybe a bigger support from the Treasury, let's say, to give support to this new engineering for the urban development? What would be this catalyzer element? Well, this question or this provocation is very interesting. I will share what we do believe internally. And when we look towards municipalities and everything that was said today, I believe that it links to reality, and one of the possibilities is the involvement of the state governments in creating real models, or models, and that would work as a locus or having a cell of projects. Experiences as we have presented by BNDES and regional banks, and BNB also shared its experience. So banks, involvement of state banks from this federation layer together with some institutes or organisms from the state umbrella that hold the capacity to create these project models. And I do believe that this is important so that our regional development banks can present formatted projects. And this is one of the links that are core so that we can have this pipeline and then reach a robust amount of projects, so many projects, and I believe that the word today is how to scale it up. So considering all the difficulties from municipal level, I do believe that the state level, and this that I said is the answer. Well, I have to say that I agree totally with you, but just to add and enrich this debate, I would add the concern about the institutes that have performed meritorious projects and formatting projects such as WIG, ICLE, and other projects. And this coordination, the planning and the preparation of these projects, that is an articulated one, is important for checking the capacity of debts or so that the municipalities can coordinate all that so that we can have support for institutions like that. So an articulation with planning, financial concern, both from the national level as well as from BNDES, we can help both things to move forward together, structuring projects and financial analysis that should be closer and more compatible to contribute somehow on the political time of the municipalities. And I do believe that we have to act right now, but there is an important window there for a planning next year. And we do have to consider that's the year for the municipal mandate to prioritize projects, to identify municipalities and locations that have a major climate urgency. And therefore, I would say that for all municipalities with a vulnerability, those should be identified, vulnerability to extreme climate changes, what are the consequences to their communities, and we have to think about planning. We have to think about the territory planning, an organization of activities to prepare projects, and that could also guarantee the beginning of a cycle of investments on a first year of the municipalities' mandates in a more structured way. I agree with you. Well, it's very important to consider these points because the funds for projects are very difficult to be captured. So the funds that come from international partners are very well deduced in a country deducted. And in Brazil, we have a specific fund that complement this support. I would say that even the countries are able, DCLF and others, they have these resources and they have the readiness because only the ones with high volume, but we have to start to integrate this dynamic. And throughout time, we also have to have a coherence, a permanence of this process. And the development partner programs are 4 or 3 years projects or programs, and that's not so compatible with the dynamic. So if there is no national dynamic or an integration with the Treasury, the Ministry of the Cities or municipalities, together with the instruments, each cycle there is a drop. Everything that you trained, everything that you educated disappears. So this is a very important discussion. And I will go back to Marcelo Confin. He was here with us yesterday, and he explained the variety, the broad variety of the instruments of Caixa, which is one of the most important instruments of the central government. And I will invite our international superintendent of Caixa Econômica Federal to dive deeper and share what BNDES has just talked. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Caixa Econômica is today or currently the main branch or arm for public policies of our government. Marcelo Bonfim did the opening ceremony yesterday, and he asked me to talk a little bit about credit. And we do work in a pulverized way. We have arms in all the states of Brazil, 72 units spread around our territory with over 2,000 employees. And in the area of government, they are in contact with states and municipalities. So in fact, we have pulverized our wallet. And a great majority of what was mentioned by Marcelo in terms of credit was done by Caixa. So I believe that if I show the slides, you will visualize how huge Caixa is when we are talking about Brazil.
Hasn't presentation from Caixa here yet, so let's do it with the, I will limit myself. So Caixa Econômica is the main bank that offers bank loans to population nowadays. When we talk about credit, just for housing, which is our expertise, mainly when we talk about low-income population, and it offers social inclusion in all of the process. So Caixa is the very, main assistance for the government when we talk about unemployment, insurance plans, and everything that the low-income population do need. We also are one of the greatest financing agencies for the country. Last year, for this year, we are surpassing 16B. So next year, we have elections in the municipalities, and according to each credit, it will increase a lot. Banco do Brasil is another country that is financing other amounts. We are going to be 4 times more than 2022. It is a enormous amount of money. The generation of job positions is something amazing because it will offer improvements for the municipalities, mainly regarding pavements and transport. We also finance public light, solar panels, LAC energy. When we call it capital investment, we finance. We don't consider only wages, salaries, monthly payments from the municipality. Because we are distributed, we offer technical assistance so we can teach these municipalities to take credit, and we have more than 3,000 municipalities spread in the country, and we are in 50 millions when it comes to the ticket for the country. Sometimes it is a bit distinct. This year, for example, we have landed for the state of Pernambuco a different amount, but usually they are equally distributed. They get to all municipalities, and including we have specific courses so that we can teach on how to take the credit, how to spend, and have some assistance in the projects by teaching what is necessary so that they can use this resource wisely. Another thing that Caixa does, we are the only ones doing that. We send this money to the federal sphere through the legal department. We have a budget for this reviews of legal documents, for example, improvements of parks, soccer fields, public buildings that Caixa can provide support. We have more than 23,000 active agreements. So Caixa is the only bank that has being part of that. So as well as these actions, we have other actions. We are the official housing bank. Our market share for housing is with us. This is another sector that generates a lot of job positions. We are the very first ones on civil construction, so Caixa is the big player on that, and we have been being recognized in the rural area. So my apologies if I didn't bring my presentation, but that was a bit about what I wanted to say. So there's a question for you. Keep the mic with you. So you have a broad set of types of customers. How do you assess the impact of distinct politics? Have you performed any needs analysis for one or two instruments so you wouldn't be surprised with the result? Some instruments, they work better as a mechanism, as a sort of assistance, support for the public bank. And how does it impact with the new program? And how do you think we can have an improvement on this drawing for them regarding the Political Action Committee? Nowadays, we work with two lines of loans, and we have been communicating with the Brazilian Investment Bank. Maybe we will use their resources in the near future. But more than 90% of what we lend with a product called Finisa. So it's a very simplified product. After the enabling of such a product, we had growth that, just for you to have an idea, this employment benefit, it usually takes 6 to 7 months, so we can have the return on this process. For example, we need the previous project, we needed to be approved beforehand, and then this fund for a guaranteed time of service can be back on the local committee of Caixa, and Finis will eliminate this part of the project, and it will pass for approval on the STN, and it's the internal bureaucracy of Caixa. So nowadays we take usually up to 25 days. It is around 45 days. If we have a municipality that is ready for that, with finances well organized, in 45 days we can set the recourse free. And then we will have 6 months to perform the reimbursement. And it will provide a lot of improvements on these municipalities. And I could say that today it is easier.
Faz eco também ao que você comentava ontem do acompanhamento em escada.
And we can work as if it was a process, identified with products that can we can decrease the size of it. So the next one is Ernesto, General Secretary for Intergovernment and the National Treasurer of the Republic of Brazil. Does the mic work? As I was mentioning, treasure, finance, thank you so much for being here. It is such a complicated dialogue with you as in a national level. I'm not pointing any criticisms for you, regarding Brazil, but yesterday for our journey, for the work group, one of the elements, Global Bank, ABI, we do need that the subnational banks can influence the central level so that we can better understand the needs of improvement on the regulatory context with whom they work with, so we can multiply the first agreements that we have signed, successfully done. So this debate, this dialogue, both with the banks from the last mile, I could say, on these issues with the different institutions. How do you see that? How was the past of this relationship of finance ministry and the near future right now with the responsibility of the group of 20, with subjects that have been discussed about the new markets, with a lot of interest of the private sector? How do you see the role of the Ministry of Finance in the domestic level, but also your ability to influence and show Brazil as a demonstrator with such a capillarity and with variability to achieve the level of maturity to develop, which is the final objective. So I know it's a complex question, but I know you can answer that. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Carlos. Thank you so much for the invitation. It is such an honor to be here. It has been very enriching to be part of this debate since the very first moments of the morning. We usually just look at the numbers, but seeing what is happening on the other hand, it's quite interesting. Contextualizing in order to answer to you, what made me feel quite satisfied is that all discourses that I have said, I have offers of for credit, I have place for it.
Estamos todos em uma dessas três pontas, né? Eu entendi que a oferta ela está bem estruturada.
And the offer is well structured. The demand has, you know, such a pain, which I think it is our biggest fear. And it has to do with our need to, you know, it's a suggestion. I'm not sure whether in this scenario we will have a final report, you know. I believe it is fundamental. I'm not sure which is the best design, actually, but the government should provide maybe Banco do Brasil, Factory of Projects, all of them mentioned something similar to that. So I believe it is extremely important to have so the small municipalities, I mean, if we have ready to use products so that they can adhere, and for me this is fundamental. And why do I say that? We follow up a lot. If you allow me a quick comment, the transference of that, it is something very important. And when it comes to the agreements, there's an issue with that. There's a waste of public resources because we don't have ready to use projects, and we can indicate an amount for the municipality, well structured in the amount that is enough, and we would, you know, work on the credit operation. Just for you to have an idea, due to the complaint and bureaucracy of this parliament issues, we have special transferences, which is something that we do with the states and municipalities. We don't have any project, any resource, and the municipality decides what to do. And this transference, due to all of the control, we will pass this resource because we lose track of time and tracking because we don't have an exact follow-up of these resources. So having said that, we have the access, the place. There's a worry from the Treasury as a central organ. We always say we are a big federation, a very complex one. We are 26 states, a federal district, many municipalities, and life happens in the cities. We hear that a lot, but so that life can happen there, we need to have variability, balance that can allow the improvement of the networks in the city, and all the flux is, you know, concluded. When we deal with space and taxes, we are always looking at the macroeconomic.
E na verdade, né, a gente tem que entender que
and it all means that a good administration impact, on the other hand, how it really works in the city. In this context, back to your question, I believe we have a good opportunity from the group of 20 and these agendas scheduled to think about some initiatives so it can happen in a better way. And this has everything to do with a better structure in the states and mainly in the municipalities. When we talk about, just wanted to mention other subjects, when we talk about financial structure, we have the, reform of the taxes. This is something, it's like a revolution. We were trying to do that for a long time. We couldn't, find a solution for that. We had to implement as a transition, but it will happen. It will bring benefits, growth of the GDP, and it will impact the federation in such an extraordinary way. It is something key and has everything to do with the finance structure of the municipalities. So another subject that I would like to mention is on ecological resilience. There's a transference that we perform for the states, which is the main transference the main transfer we do for the municipalities. So this is one of the main ones. The FPE brings up the methodology, and this is very old, and far from the good practices, and it was declared as something that cannot be recognized. We have all the way now up to 2025 to adapt that. And the interesting part of that, we have a consultation now taking place in order to bring a modern methodology, taking into account best practices in place, the cap of each state, and we are bringing in this proposal what we call FPE green, with green FPE. So this is part of what the institution transfers. As for the forest maintenance, deforestation, all the Amazon area would be benefited with that. We have some very interesting statistical data analysis for that, for the green FPE. And talking a little bit about the challenges of the treasure, it is very complex. We have been doing that a lot in the last years, and as a national treasure, both financially and from the accountability, from the accounting point of view, we have some on the system, some new steps. So this is like a standardization according to the accounting we have, and the 5,070 municipalities we have spread in the country. So it will make it easier to analyze credit capability of the municipality, and such a change in the system will provide an improvement. And another thing we also have in order to provide access to municipalities is that we have created a efficiency ranking to provide quality for the services rendered. So they are now classified in our new ranking. And on the ranking, we are dealing with granting from the institution. So we have the calculation of our ability to perform payments. We opened a public consultation to improve this capability, and we are trying to relate the accounting ranking and the capability to perform payment. Sometimes, people can think the other way around, but, we are very strict with that. These are very basic information that needs to be there. So we are presenting these improvements on the payment capability, and we are willing to offer initiatives so the classification of municipalities can have the ability to perform payments and access to credit. Last subject is the incentive on public-private partnerships. Today we released a document because we are fostering these promotions. We have reduced the minimum amount for the grantee of the credit operations. And we do believe, and this is due to the last measures that we have applied. I believe that this is pretty much it, as just a provocation, if I may. This is a natural process of evolution on the National Treasury institution. We will pass all the way from the old system to something else that manages responsibilities. But what is the problem with that? The climate change. The urgency we have been dealing with today outside the institutional system, that should be the logic to implement institutional changes. So I always say we never had an acceleration such as that among the institutions in order to narrow the relationships. The pressure so that the government can do something made that innovations would take place before planned. So the subject about fighting against poverty was never able to do something like that. So this is a question that we provide as local governments. And the idea is to be able to wait so that municipalities and states can, be able to meet the criteria and the capacity to provide capability to new projects. The source of information that we always use is usually the 4% on titles and capabilities. The 4 main cities, the more powerful cities in the globe. We are really far from our main course, if I may. So the acceleration, how do I say that? Exponential. The exponential acceleration of the ability to articulate, implement objectives, very detailed. One of them was the innovation. So, aside with administration, we would do that
with a capacity to look at a business according to the public sector. And that changed everything. So the projects were well designed. And these entities actually threaten greatly the national system. Now, considering this example, considering the Brazilian culture and surveillance or inspection, we will be able to accelerate. And the traditional support and the integration of municipalities, considering this pressure, the demand will be amplified. Now, how can we think, since the Treasury, it's important, how can I say, when it sparkles, when you have an explosion, this has to be done by the Treasury. And how do you have a capacity beyond what you're doing? All that you're saying is very complex. Our legislative process is a tiring one. But you would have energy to explore this type of innovation, or using G20 to provoke this debate, because the debate is very tight with the idea of not understanding well the market. But this is not the point. The country's development bases on the urban development. If we don't help municipalities and states this way, other economies will break. So this is a personal question right now. Do you believe that within the Treasury there would be an area or space to create something to think in a different way that could move a little bit the Treasury so that we could think like that? Or don't you think so? Well, I do believe so. This situation is being placed right now, but the ruling that I said is a general one. But the ruling that I'm talking about are overall rules. And I do believe that it's not possible, but it will be necessary. I'm not sure if we would need an extraordinary legislation to contemplate what we are seeing in some regions that are pre-identified, such as Rio Grande do Sul. There was a flood, very strong winds, and decrees were incorporated and normatives were incorporated. So we have these specific eyes that escape from the general rules. And what we have seen this year, mainly on the few last weeks, it was crazy around the country. And these necessities will increase, and this look will extend. And this will be done, but it will be done having to compensate in a different area. Continuing to have a general macroeconomic strategy. It will be done. So we have hope, right? Great, thank you. Maybe, Francisco, if you allow me, I will ask Cristiano Prado. He's the chief of the socio-economic development for for CNUD in Brazil. CNUD is present in several countries in the world, together with the UN, with a similar capillarity as the UN, sorry. You were part of, you could see several processes happening within the Treasury. How are you acting in Brazil to integrate an evolution mark on how to think about this financing mechanism. Well, thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon to you all. It's a great honor to be part of this table. I'm very grateful for sharing this talk with all of you. First of all, I'd like to say that Kinuji has a focus on the decrease of inequality and poverty. So when we understand that we have an international seal, the vision we have is that it doesn't serve all the people in the world. There are possibilities for improvement for this financial, for this foreign financial system. And it has actually shown us the multilateralism, the multilateral banks movement that is starting. But we notice that it will intensify throughout the next years, and that it will bring some impact over how these banks act and on how they relate amongst themselves and how they relate to international agents. And I'd like to mention the subnational agencies or bodies to bring development to the last edge so that we can see clearly the role of these banks towards development and also in the territorialization of this movement, and maybe the necessity, such as the one of observing throughout the years how these change on the multilateral organisms will happen, how the improvement will be so that we can talk and absorb internally under the subnational banks the possibilities for improvement. We have already noticed some possibilities in the national level for the improvement to give support, to strengthen. We are talking about the climate issues, Carlos. So clearly there is a possibility for integration of the climate issues in the objectives of the development banks to align them to all that has been decided in the Paris Agreement. So there is a concrete necessity. And a second opportunity for alignment and standardization of rules such as reports, measurements of impacts, and to look for a convergence so that we can have only one platform to communicate about that. We have heard that worldwide, the international financial sector and fostering departments from the construction in terms of the ODSs, we have helped to direct the resources of ODSs for the impacts and to try to bring a sole narrative and a measurement that can actually allow this dialogue in a more fluid way so that it flows better. And when we encourage or foster, we think about the topics and we think also about the impacts. The Keynote has also worked in Brazil in this topic, mainly with BDE. And I want to show you 2 or 3 actions that we develop and that may have an opportunity. And we have mapped the resources that are being directed.
Essa metodologia que dialoga.
And this methodology dialogues with the fomentation banks, the BNDES dialogues with the band and dialogues with other banks, and we were able to map around $133 billion that were directed to the ODSs in the last 3 years. And the word directioning is very important. I'm not talking about impact. I'm talking that what I sent to the ODSs, impact comes after this word. But the first mapping, 133 million for the ODSs in the last 3 years. So down there you can see that the ODSs that benefited most are the usual ones. So considering the development bank's nature, and I'm talking about the industry, the economic growth, zero hunger, and we are talking about the agro sector in Brazil. And ODS, when we are dealing with the fermentation sector, we are talking about gender, education, and so far. So here it's an opportunity to leverage these less benefited ODSs with resources from the ODSs that actually had more benefits. So we are talking about including incentives or conditions in the grantings that we are doing or loanings we are doing. So in these 3 ODSs with issues on gender, education, and so far. So then we can leverage. So this is what I was saying. And this is an opportunity, actually. And another opportunity, and this is also a provocation, on the importance of construction and constructing platforms that allow the dialogue and the exchange or interchangeability, or exchangeability, I believe is the word, talking about its methodology, other international multilateral banks, and what is the proposal that we would like to give. And probably the Alliance can have an important role. We may be able to construct a mutual knowledge program, not unification of methodologies, but mutual acknowledgement, so that when the BDE associates present to a Fomplata this methodology, Fomplata already acknowledges the methodology and finds the results acceptable on their analysis methods, and so that the bank can be able to report by means of a dialogue with the methodology from Plata. So we are talking about a communion of these methodologies, the dialogue, the mutual acknowledgement. This could be an important step. And Carlos, I believe that this, and you have a role of leadership, and this is a suggestion. And the second part, and I'm also talking about architecture, and we mentioned yesterday, we are talking about funds that direct towards ODSs and to the loaning for the ODSs. So partnership is important, measurement of impacts are important, but also the possibility to present projects that are adequate. So within ODSs, we are talking about the creation of funds. That we have two proposals on the table. One is a facility with several actors, several models of financing, and a second model that is a standard Brazilian fund, OCDM model, let's say, that allows the leverage of resources for development banks. Both should be discussed, and we have to dive deeper on that throughout next year. At last, the importance of G20. We did not talk so much about that, but the Brazilian government, in terms of finances and other aspects, we will have to consider G20 is of interest. The architecture that we are talking about is also going to be discussed. The position of multilateral banks, financial aspects, several points In the beginning of December, the presence of Brazil starts to be considered. So we envision opportunities of the sector of fermentation to position to follow these discussions, because a lot of what will be discussed will affect either direct or indirectly the architecture where these banks work. So it's important to be present in these discussions. I'm not sure if it's possible to have a side event of the Alliance next year. We believe it's very important so that we are present debating at G20 in Brazil, because this is a topic for the fermentation sector and for the international fermentation sector. Thank you. Yes, we are talking about it. And as we have the same alliance with Africa, therefore, I've tried a dialogue at FIXI in Cartagena to create this dialogue to give better visibility of what is not so clear in the G20 documents. So we are talking about the creation of the Treasury Ministry and areas like that. So maybe, Francisco, we have, you are responsible for institutional actions of the Republic government. What have you heard that matches your role? And what's your vision on this talk without leveling the level of action that you are part of? So thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing Carlos da Fonseca. He is part of the, he should be here, but unfortunately, he had an issue today because we are working the COP21 that will happen in Dubai, and he said he's sorry about that. But the message is that we are together with the Ministry of Institutional Actions, and we actually learned a lot throughout these 2 days. We are together with cooperatives from the Mercosur agencies, with associations of municipalities around Brazil, and also from foreign countries. And we are together trying to think about financing and projects for Mercosur municipalities. And also Fabiana, the executive secretary of Mercocidades, she's here. It's the network of cities in the Mercosur. So this is the reply of this dialogue. She gives the return to the municipalities. We had a federal compass, because in this first year of the Lula government, we are trying to open and to create a federative dialogue among the federal government, states, municipalities, and states through consortiums, so that we can put the dialogue back to action. And these entities are together by dialogues. We created the Council of the Federation that was inaugurated. The states represented by the consortiated, we have 5 state consortiums, and the associations for the municipalities today with us since yesterday in the city of São Paulo. The Confederation of Cities and Municipalities, the Associations of Municipalities, and the Mayors Associations. So that we reach the front end, we need a lot of dialogue. BNDES, Caixa, the Treasury Ministry, PNUD. We understand that you mentioned the kitchen. We have to cook, actually. So there is a cooking preparation. So we have to set all the seasonings, which are the actors. We are spread throughout the country, but we have to put everybody together in the same place. And this has been identified. And institutional relations tackle on several aspects, and we have followed the topic of cities in Mercosur and the cities at the Amazon region. And we have created two mechanisms, which is the return to dialogue with the Forum of Cities and Provinces, which is the SCCR. We saw that in Sao Paulo, and we are together discussing that, and how to go beyond Mercosur, to have financing mechanisms, projects that could help these municipalities from Mercosur to have their own lives in the international collaboration or corporation. This is the message that we have sent to Mercosur. And in the Amazon, there was a dialogue at first, and this dialogue will be concretized at COP30 in Belém do Pará. And that is the creation of this mechanism, the organization of the treaties for the Amazon Cooperation, from this forum of the Amazon cities that put together all the countries that are in the region of the Amazon, and they will share the responsibility with a lot of care towards the major tropical forest in the world. 60 or 70% of this forest is in the Brazilian territory. So these two forums that are regional ones, and we are talking about the fomentation or development banks in Latin America, we will deliver this year. And the Brazilian forums and the Mercosur dialogue and the cities near the Amazon region. Also, this year, there is an internal joke with Minister Alexandre Padilha, which is the UPA, it's called a Padilha Unit of Service, where municipalities and civilians are with open doors to receive the people from the Federation to talk about financing projects, talking about less parliamentary workers, because we have to consider the amendments that happen in the parliament for the approval of projects. And we also have to think about the financing of municipalities. And we have to think about the PAC, which are the projects for constitutional amendments, and the PAC selections. PAC selections, PAC selections, was actually a law project that had the investment of 30 billion reais for infrastructure, education, health, for basic sanitation, sewage. And it's also a problem, a structural problem in Brazil. And our President Lula asked for the priority of the PAC towards municipalities, because we talked a lot during this last period of the government, and we actually reached 96% of the Brazilian municipalities that sent proposals, more than 35,000 proposals for the financing of these projects. We reached all the states of Brazil, and that was the first PAC, which was the PAC Seleções, focused on municipalities and these projects. We have packs for reference centers and gender equality. So these deliveries that are made this year, we also want to amplify this debate with development banks in Latin America so that we can think about how to finance these projects for the organization in Mercosur and also in the Forum of Amazon cities. We want to have a negotiation table. We want to know what each can actually take care of, what each can invest, how we can capture labor amongst the countries that we also believe are important. And the presidency has opened doors for us to think jointly on how to do that. We have several projects in our minds as well. In Argentina, I'd like to hear your perspective. Inside the actually PAC is the program for the growth acceleration. Minister Cabrera, president of ASUENFIS. How can you bring this perspective? We have 7 minutes up to the end of our talk because we need to have time to listen to Argentina.
Thank you so much for your question, and I appreciate the representative of Brazil in here, the Ministry of Finance. Since yesterday up to this day, it has been very important for me to be part of that and understand that these experiences in the international environments with development institutes and back in Colombia, we were able to compare our organization with the international market in the development perspective of it. We have the following up of our manager, and he's one of the 14 institutions back in Brazil. The finance institution recognizes that we are one of the entities that have a lot in common with the development authorities that are here with us usually. Basically, what we do is to position credit for the development in each region, and this is very, very important for us because it goes directly to each municipality, and we are in each region taking all the resources for each community, providing growth and development, financing projects that go directly to the ODSs, and during 6 years, we improved each and every one in this region. We have numbers of proposals approved, and with the infrastructure hospitals that we got right after the pandemic period, we were very vulnerable when it comes to the health sector. We deal with some difficulties because it lacks the access to the public and private sector when it comes to funding. After the pandemic period, we were able to take credits to generate a relief, and up to this moment, the national government assisted us so we could have credits in long-term period. And this, as a sample, serves for us to understand that the development institutions can assist us, especially in Colombia, due to its organizational detailments. We have 14 INFIs, and we are experts in each and every region. At this very moment, we have important projects, and absolutely, we had passed through some difficulties to support some municipalities in a national and international level. INFI and only INFI, we have great infrastructure, and we have projects taking place in an international level, and we have other forecasts in the case of the location that I mentioned beforehand, and also the infrastructure that we can finance depending on the projects that we identify with. The city mayor was mentioning today in the morning how difficult it is to execute projects in order to, identify them and provide technical assistance. It lacks structure and identification with projects. Nowadays, when the city mayor had some hardships and he was not able to reach the improvement of this project, so this INFIS allows that each municipality can provide sub-regional support, such as FinTeter, FinAgro, and they provide us the maximum amount that they can, and then they provide us some discount so we can finance each and every territory. Very important what Alliance has been provided, the agreement. We verified that after a certain period of time, both the national and the subnational institutions, what we are doing now is to compare that we are in the correct path. I appreciate to Alliance to give us this opportunity, because they got to know that the dynamic of the finance architecture needs to have some legal frameworks. We are doing that already. We proposed something to the national government. We got together with the Vice Minister of Colombia to present the proposal that Carlo know that the INFIs we can belong to the organic institution, to belong to the financial system. We will offer credit not only for to the municipalities, but also to extend credit to the pymes. After the pandemic period, they are offering credit for those in the case where the government is extending credit, so that the people that pay taxes can have credit and they can have a participation in each project. I appreciate this conclusion and Alliance to offer us this opportunity. Back in Colombia, we feel as internationalized. Finally, thank you so much, Giovanni. Eduardo Prina, you are the General Manager of Investment Bank in Argentina. We don't have much time, so please conclude the forum, and you can make your comments about what you understood since your perspective in Argentina to this debate. The perspective that I have is very particular because he mentions that we have created a second floor bank, if I could say, to offer credit to foster imports. This is very recent. It has been 30 years now, but there's an elasticity, very particular when it comes to the main objective and to finance great works that allowed us to sell a product all the way from Australia to Argentina, and we were able to have funding on basins, works important such as the nuclear 1 and 2 works. And since 2013, we started having bank loans from what we call first floor funding. But the municipalities are missing. The municipalities, they disappear in when we have an integration. One company so-called factory and another one a leasing company. They had leasing upon municipality for the purchase of equipment. So these people appeared, and we were asking ourselves, what are these people doing there? And we would say that even we were ignored, in the municipalities. In Argentina, the regulations from banks to public sector, they offer an assistance possibility up to 50%, so that the national government can work on that. Up to 20% to the 24 provinces, and the rest for the other municipalities. So we provided some bank loans for the municipalities, but I believe this is not a first quality funding. This is a second-hand one. So we don't believe that this is just like that. And we undertook this responsibility as to become one of the main supporters for the municipalities. And we are in the leadership of many aspects of the Argentinian institutions, mainly in regards to the environment. First of all, Bono Verde, which for $30,000 million, and back in 2019 we signed a credit for $160 million for renewable energy, and another one with a French agency for energy efficiency. And this year we signed a agreement with the Global Bank for $60 million. So the money is there. But as we say, the money is not enough. So this bank, this development bank, was the very first one to create an assessment framework, and we were the first public bank also. We thought that the genius one create and the intelligent one copies. So nowadays we belong to an alliance of 7 province banks to improve this technology we created. in a collision we had with the training sessions that we need to provide these sessions for the Argentinian bank. They are ready in 7 agencies to receive this training. So we have like a new agreement so we can spread the news in 30 branches of banks in Argentina. So I would like just to share that the impact is spread. We are just, one of the chains in the banks in Argentina, and this is very important for us in terms of international investments. It was created back in 1882, and besides that, we have an internet page that we recognize as free access so that final customers can access that and they can find workshops, how to create credit, and this methodology. We thought about using that with the municipalities, and for that we are taking advantage of that. They need to pass through our system to go ahead. And as this is something new, it has been extremely important to work with you because you were useful for a lot of reasons, to talk about financial sustainability, creation of methodologies, and also we talked about financing. This is a concrete manifestation of the generational impact. Today, what happens here reflects the taxes that you are going to pay tomorrow. And to conclude, we have many duties, international organs dealing with bureaucracies. Banks need to be more open to provide support, and hopefully the managers could, they would need to know that we are banks, good banks. It means that they need to pay us not as a gift, but as a payment itself that we deserve. And this is all that we need to take into advantage to study. And thank you. We are done. I need to apologize to the team of interpreters. I would like to say that I appreciate your extra 10-minute time in this event. We will call very quickly Fabiana, who is the Executive Secretary, and Bernardo Torres. Not sure how to, I could explain. Just 1 minute, Fabiana. Challenge. Good afternoon for all of you who are here, and I just would like to mention how interesting this is. I would like to congratulate you to be here in this meeting and the importance it has, because in São Paulo during all the week we have been mentioning something about the importance of reorganizing finances and not only change the lateral system and the local finance so we can improve the financial system, the international one. If this is the century of the cities, we need to create a common sense for the next generations. So the global populations, they reflect that to reach these goals, we need to keep up with this type of journeys just as this one today. They do need commitment from the local governments, and the financing funding from the local governments needs to change. For that, we need to transform the financial system and the funding that are in our hands, as well as such an important alliance for this development. I need to conclude. Carlos is extremely upset with me because we need to conclude. I would like to conclude with an invitation. Both representations of Mercosur cities and the government of the United States that have a global reaching, and we represent the session for Latin America. We need to keep on working together and have a concrete agenda. We will have a new session just like this one as for next ones, and we can have like a spreadsheet to organize all of that between the local and the national banks. Thank you so much, Fabiana. Bernardo, you have 10 seconds. First of all, good afternoon, all of you. I would like to say that I appreciate your participation in the name of the City Hall of São Paulo. Carlos, thank you so much for this event. It was an honor for us to co-host this forum. This is not just the closure of the second forum of the Alliance, but also the conclusion of an international São Paulo summit that you were able to follow up with us today. And it was amazing to have you here. I hope you enjoyed. And I conclude this International Summit, São Paulo. Thank you so much.
Carlos, para encerrar também com chave
To
de ouro, por
conclude,
favor, aqui à frente do púlpito, nós vamos assinar
let's sign
termo de
the
adesão
term
Instituto
from the Institute Infivale, represented by the President, and the Alliance of the Subnational Development Banks for Latin America and the Caribbean countries, signing right now at this very moment. The President.
E também
and also
gostaria de pedir a todos que
I would like to say that if you can, please remain with us today. Applauses, thank you so much. Those who are present, let's go to the stage. I apologize, and I would like to say that I appreciate your assistance, the technical team, the interpreters, and also the organization. Thank you so much. You, the host, can be with us right now for the final picture. Thank you.
Você à frente.